here. I think we're close enough here. All right, we'll go ahead and call tonight's meeting to order. All right. So again, thank you all for attending. All right, I'll go ahead and call the meeting to order. Is there a motion to adopt tonight's agenda?
So moved.
All right, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none. Agenda is approved. And with that, moving on to item 3, approval of minutes of the February 28th, 2023 meeting. Anyone have any comments, corrections?
I do.
Please go ahead.
On page 7, the paragraph, that's the largest paragraph toward the top. It's just a grammatical thing, which should be a comma after the word "this" on the first sentence, and then the building remain rather than building remainder. And then on toward the end of the third sentence, closing the parentheses after the word precedence. And then page 10 of 10, at 8.0 updates, it says there were no council liaison updates. I would like to add the sentence, because just after the voting results were announced, the council liaison walked out of the meeting. It's just to provide context for that.
Okay. Any other corrections or amendments to the minutes? Hearing none, I'd accept a motion to approve.
I'll move to approve the minutes.
I'll second with the amendments or with the changes. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
I abstain, I was not here.
I will also abstain. I was absent that night.
All right, thank you very much. Minutes are approved. And we are going to move into item number 4, Planning Commission appointment of a chairperson and vice chairperson for the current term that we're in.
So I'd just like to bring up that we're already at April, kind of halfway into the meeting already, so I'm wondering if you would be willing to be the chairperson for the rest of the year, since it's not going to be a full year.
I'm certainly not opposed to continuing to do it, as I have in the past, but again, I certainly don't want to stand in the way of anybody who's interested in doing it that qualifies. So, I have no objection to that, but again, I also don't want to stand in the way of anybody else either, so.
Do we need a motion?
There would need to be a motion. But
I'll make a motion then, no other discussion. I'll make a motion that Tanner just extend his term as chairperson for the year 2023.
A second.
All right, motion a second. Any discussion? Go ahead and call for the vote. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none. That carries forward as the chairperson, and then moving on to the vice chairperson.
I will make a motion to nominate Sharon Johnson as associate chair.
I will second that.
All right, any discussion? Motion and a second. Hearing none, I'll go ahead and call for the vote. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing
Sharon,
none.
I'm assuming that you are okay with
Yeah,
that.
I'm fine, I'm fine. Yeah.
Continue.
Should have
Thank
jumped
you.
up.
With the intent of moving up next.
That's right.
Yeah.
Moving on.
Yes. All right, so those are approved. And we are going to move on to item 5, the commission interviews. Before we jump right into it, Glenn did ask to just give a brief statement so people understand why we're in April to continue our interview process, just to give an update for anybody who's not up to date.
I also have a staff report that outlines that, but I can let Glenn take it if he'd like to. That would be perfectly fine.
I'll leave that to you two to defer.
You could do that, and I'll fill in any blanks that I.
Perfect. Thank you very much.
Right.
Mr. Chair, members of the Planning Commission, on January 31st of 2023, the term of Karen Krepis expired. Although the Planning Commission recommended the reappointment of Commissioner Krepis to an additional term, the City Council did not approve the reappointment. This created an open position on the Planning Commission to be filled. On February 28th of 2023, the Planning Commission conducted interviews and recommended applicant Wanda McLaurin to the City Council to fill the vacancy. On March 13th of 2023, the City Council did not approve the recommendation again, leaving an open position for Commissioner. City staff have re-advertised the opening and have received 2 letters of interest or resumes. The letters of interest and or resumes, along with the interview questions, are attached in your packet for your review. My recommendation is that the Commission conduct interviews and make a recommendation to the City Council to fill the vacant seat, which will expire January 31st of 2026.
All right, so I would like to fill in the blanks if I may.
Please.
The reason Karen Krepis was not approved was stated that she had called then candidate and now councilperson Jim Smith a liar. That is not correct. And there was apparently somebody in the crowd of the Meet the Candidate Forum who said that, but it was not Karen Krepis. This was when Karen was interviewed by council after our unanimous recommendation. She was asked if she would apologize, and that was tantamount to like saying, when did you stop beating your wife? Oh, you're not going to tell us when you stopped beating your wife? And so when she would not apologize for something she didn't do, then the statement was, well, that tells me everything I need to know about her. And that was given as a justification for denying our unanimous recommendation. The second time, and I should also point out that when I brought this up to the council, also stating my background as being on P&Z for 25 years, I was told things like, this isn't a good old boys club, and there's no, you don't have any privilege to be on here, just because you've been here a long time. Well, I don't think in those terms. I think of how can we serve the community by being unbiased, not having an agenda, but listening to people and reacting to what they bring before us and making the best decisions. And we are a body of people who are individuals. We don't have an agenda when we come to these meetings. And we often have different perspectives that sometimes are not in agreement, but we are rational and calm, and we come to some sort of decision. And those were qualities both found in Karen Krepis and in Wanda. So when she came, and we aren't, some of this seemed like projection to me in retrospect, because at first I wasn't aware of these. It was totally out of left field that she would not be, Karen Krepis would not be approved. And then again with Wanda. But I've been told we have a 3-2 majority, which implies an agenda, which implies not having an open receptivity to what comes before council. So it becomes apparent when Wanda was not let in, and also when the EDA unanimously recommended somebody and that person was denied and somebody else was installed, that this is somewhat of a farce, especially given that Wanda's justification for not allowing her was that there were only 2 respondents. There were only 2 candidates. So in fact, we had 3. One of them did not show up, but we had their information of their resume in front of us, and we had intended to interview them. So there were actually 3 candidates. So now we find ourselves in a situation where we have 2 candidates, not 3, and based on the reasoning for denying Wanda, that seems like it would either we revisit what we've already twice approved, which would be Karen Krepis or Wanda, or we table this if the real desire is more candidates. if the desire is to install somebody that is, after interviewing and our discussion and voting, isn't approved, then it's just a farce. So I don't think it's fair to Eldon to interview him under the circumstance. I don't think it's right that we re-interview Joe, who we interviewed already and made our decision. If I need to, I could tell you why I made that decision, because I still remember a lot of the points that were brought up and the discussion. And I don't also want to make the council liable to some claims of misogyny or that strong independent women aren't welcome on the council, because we've unanimously approved 2 of them. They're both very qualified. They're both very intelligent, independent thinkers. So I move that we either recommend again Karen and or Wanda, or that we table this until we have more candidates, if that's the real reason why we're doing this once again.
Well, thank you for the history, and I'm assuming you're done. Is that all?
That's
Okay.
That's it for me.
Thank you for the update for everyone for what's gone on. I guess you did actually make a motion there, so there would have to be a second for that, and then discussion, unless you want to defer to discussion prior to that, but we will still have to go through the commission interviews.
Right.
Point of order, Chair.
Thank you.
Can he please restate the motion, because, again, that was, to me, more of a statement than a motion.
Yep, it toward the last sentence, he had motioned in there, so I wanted to make sure I didn't discredit that.
Well, I
but
would like to, I
yes,
would like,
please.
I would like it rephrased, please, for my
Absolutely.
edification.
Right. So I wasn't intending to make a motion right then and there, but to put for discussion that we should consider a motion based on what we think as unanimously would be the best, which would be either recommend Karen, once again, who should have an apology issued to her, recommend Wanda, who was quite overly qualified and a great candidate, or we table this. If neither of those 2 people recommending them is acceptable, then table this until we have more interviewees.
Thank you for the clarification. Do we want to have a discussion on those items?
I think we would need a motion. I mean, we could continue with the discussion, but you're talking about suspending
Yeah.
the agenda in order to do something else.
Yes, I wanted to give it the opportunity to give Glenn the respect of having the discussion for what he brought up. But I guess at this point, I would just make a motion to have a discussion based on Glenn's comments prior to moving on to this agenda item. If there's a second and those in favor of it.
I'll second that.
Okay. Motion a second, all in favor for a discussion? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right. We are open for discussion.
Mr. Chair, can you clarify the motion for my recording's
Yes.
sake?
The motion was to have a discussion on Glenn's request
Proposed motion, yeah.
to discuss potential options, given what we have before us for the candidate interviews.
Okay, thank you.
Is that clear?
Got it.
Thank you.
I
Yep.
think it's really clear.
Do we have that ability to re-recommend essentially 1, or if not 2 people who have already been interviewed and turned down by city council?
I guess without going into that question, I know for me, given they've already been through it, we don't know that they would want that reappointment either. I respect your comments, Glenn, on that. Again, I think we all are in agreement with most of it, since both times it was unanimous. So I don't think there's arguments from that standpoint. Unfortunately, I do also think we do need to keep moving things forward. Again, I think the clarifying for everyone is very important so they understand the process and what's been happening.
Okay, I have an idea for a motion. It was clear that Karen wasn't approved on a personal issue. And if we were to recommend her again, I think we'd just be butting heads with that same issue. Wanda, there was no question about her qualifications. So it was based on the concept that there weren't enough interviewees. So I see her as a safe decision in terms of there's nothing, no stain on her character in terms of perceptions of others. And we're dealing with issues of trust, and apparently we aren't trusted by some members of council or our staff because they have an idea about who should be on here and they want to install somebody that in our collective wisdom we didn't prefer over Wanda.
Glenn, I just want to ask, are you positive that the reason that she was denied was because they said that there weren't enough candidates?
That was the statement made by a council member who made the motion to deny the request. That was the justification given.
Okay. Well, I have copies of all the minutes for the last 2 years for the council meetings and for the planning commission meetings. So if there's any questions about that, we can go back to the minutes or we can go back to them online too. But if you're sure, I'm having a little hard time finding that right now.
Yeah, I'm sure of that.
If I may,
Please.
Commission, Ms. McLaren was ultimately offered an opportunity to reapply when we reopened. She did not reapply. She didn't indicate to me that she had an interest in reapplying. So that point of order might be something for you to consider. And then secondly, I don't think it would be out of order if you guys wanted to make a recommendation to the council to leave it open for another extended time in attempt to get more applicants. I think that would also be a reasonable way to go. Another option would be to interview the candidates, and if you're not satisfied with either of those, then ultimately make a recommendation based on your level of acceptance or denial of the potential candidates that have applied if they're not to your qualifications or what you would want on the planning commission as fellow commissioners. So there are a number of options available to you. It just depends on what direction you want to go, but I don't want you to promote Ms. McLaren if she hasn't
Yeah, and that's kind of where I was.
decided that she's interested in doing it again, so.
I was in something similar, so thank
Yeah,
you for
okay.
putting that out there.
Can I-
I did speak to her after the meeting, and because she said she was pretty frustrated and wasn't going to do this, and I talked to her and said that, you know, that seemed unjust and that she should, and at the time, she indicated that she would. I could imagine that she doesn't think it makes sense to re-interview once we've already done that and we've already voted for her. You know, it's just like a lot of this is a lot of waste of brain space and time to have to go through all this. But if we're going to take the letter of the law of the reason for not accepting her being not enough candidates, then I think the best of the options that Aaron recommended would be to reopen this and solicit more people.
And I would just point out that, you know, if the reason that Wanda indeed wasn't chosen because there weren't enough applicants, then the other applicant shouldn't have been appointed that time either, because that would disqualify him too.
Right. So it's like a charade to do that at this point. And we're wasting people's time, I think.
And again, I don't argue any of that at all. But I also know that in the interest of things, we do need to keep moving things forward and get this commission back to a whole body. And if we're if we're in this situation as a result of other actions, we still need to keep moving forward. Just like when we talk to residents who don't always know how the process works, we talk about let the process happen, keep moving it forward. And if right now what we have before us, if the process is, even though from council's words that there was not enough interviewees, we've had at least one more new candidate come forward. I think to me, my opinion is we go through the process tonight. I do agree that we have interviewed Mr. Ritter already. I think it would be fair to give Eldon an opportunity, and if we so chose to make that recommendation after hearing him as a new candidate in this round, we can put that forward, and what they choose to do from there, we can do that. I don't think that hinders any time, and if it's something that they approve, then great, we've saved some time, as opposed to if they deny, then that's, then we're back where we started without any time lost, in my opinion, based on what we're looking at.
One more comment from me,
Please.
Mr. Chair. Last month's meeting had to be postponed or canceled because we had a lack of quorum. If we would have had that seat filled, we potentially could have held last month's meeting and got some business taken care of. Your agenda might not have been thick tonight as it is if we would have been able to hold a meeting. So another point to consider.
Yeah.
And Mr. Chair, to Aaron's point, I have another commitment next month that I cannot get out of, and so I will not be here.
Yeah.
So just so people know
Yeah.
that I won't be here to add my vote to whatever happens then. So.
Can I ask a question?
Open for discussion.
As opposed to doing this back and forth, I mean, I can pretty much anticipate what the result's going to be here. Say we go through with this vote. Now, just projecting that, what can we not do something with City Council? I know we've done joint work meetings in the past over other matters. I mean, obviously, our ability to vote on our nominees is being contested. Can we not come together with City Council face to face instead of the back and forth every month, and maybe try to cut through this?
In the past, it's been
No.
In the past, it has been difficult to always coordinate everyone's schedule and have special meetings to bring in all parties and
Yeah.
have that discussion. But I think we also need to respect the process that we do have and try to keep moving things forward, as I said earlier. That again, if this is the back and forth,
Yep.
then that's unfortunately what it is. But if this is our current process, I think we still need to, again, even respect the process to allow it to keep moving forward.
Our city ordinance prescribes this process as the process
Yeah.
to fill the vacancy. The commission does the interviews, makes the recommendation, the council approves or denies based on the factors, and gets kicked back to the commission. That was the current process at this point, so.
Yeah, and I think the reality is, and I hope council sees this, that, we are 4 months plus into this process, and that, hopefully decisions get made. And again, and all we can do is move and counter move.
Can we add a recommendation to our recommendations? Essentially, if they decline or turn it down, that maybe we do suggest meeting, just to, I mean, it might cut through a lot of clutter just to be face to face.
But again, if it's not in the current process,
Right.
then we're circumventing that. And I think, again, we just need to
Sure.
keep trusting in the process and hope that results yield. That's my belief, but that's.
We used to have work meetings a lot with council, and we haven't had any in quite a long time. And there seems to be just attitudes formed that aren't based on even understanding where we come from, what our beliefs are, and you'd be surprised how much actual common ground there is on issues, but there's a lack of trust. And that's behavior-based from my perspective, of what I'm seeing. They have their reasons for the lack of trust in us, which I don't know.
And all I can say on that is in the time when we're not in meetings, to reach out and have conversations to try to find common ground outside of our regular meetings, if need be, for access. But again, I still see it as we do need to keep moving forward with the process, and we need to stay on top. I'm not arguing your points that again that those
Right.
are helpful and that it would be nice to have those again. and get there, but I think for this specific
Yeah.
thing, I think we do need to keep that ball rolling. But that's just my opinion.
Mr. Chair,
Please.
I have a couple of items. I think the first is that you had talked about interviewing Mr. Holmes for this position, and that we have already heard from Joe Ryder. I want to make sure I get that right. We can't do that. We have to, I mean, this is the process that we're doing. If you interview one candidate, we have to interview the other, even though that candidate has interviewed before. Simply due to a sense of fair play,
Certainly.
okay? So I don't think that is a tenable position to say, okay, we're gonna interview one and not the other. Not to mention that in the previous meeting, there was 2 members that were not at that meeting that are here tonight, who may want to, even though we may have seen the previous planning commission, give that person another chance to speak their piece.
Yeah, I'm not arguing that he shouldn't or couldn't. I was responding based on Glenn's comments.
It sounded to me like you were suggesting that was an option to interview one and not the other. So I just wanted to clarify that.
Oh, absolutely. I appreciate the clarification. No, I was trying to respond based on how Glenn's comments were as an option, or I guess to continue playing out based on what his comments were.
Okay, fair
But
enough.
yes.
So my other point would be, you know, there's, you know, it doesn't even seem, there's flat out is a lot of hurt feelings and a feeling of that this is not going the way it should. I think that we also have to consider another option which has not yet been discussed, which is if the commission really feels this way, that, you know, city council doesn't have trust in what we're doing, the other option is just to not hold any appointment interviews and suggest that maybe city council just takes over all of the interviews going forward, because if our recommendations are going to be dismissed, again, for whatever reason that they do, maybe that's something that should just be taken out of our hands. Now, me personally, I don't feel that that's a good option, but I think that that at least has to be put on the table.
I would disagree with that last point, which you're not attached to apparently, but that we have this process, and it's fair to have a body that's a volunteer group of citizens make these interviews and decisions for the people that we will be serving with. And then it's up to council to agree or disagree, and they should be transparent in their reasons. But if we don't hold and conduct the interviews and make our decisions known, then there's that one less level of process and transparency as to what's coming before us.
I don't disagree. I'm merely pointing out that if, no matter what we decide, it's not going to be accepted at city council, and I'm not saying that it is, but if that's the feeling, then my feeling is that, like was said earlier, we're wasting time.
Well, they have the opportunity to do the right thing, just as we do, and I don't want to circumvent that opportunity by ceding that out of our hands.
And I guess that's where I'm in agreement. I'm not in favor of, again, just saying, well, then you pick if you don't like it. Again, this is where I go back to, if this is the process, let's trust the process, keep going through it. If this is, you know, as Luke, as a former councilor, committee member would say, you know, we work at the behest of city council. We are an advisory committee. It's our job to give give a recommendation. Let's move forward with, you know, with our process, give our recommendation. What they choose to do with it from there is their choice. And again, we respond accordingly.
Yeah, I agree completely that we have a process, and I think we should use it, whether it's interviewing the candidates, as I think, I do agree with Randy in that if we interview one candidate tonight, we should interview two candidates tonight, because that's kind of the process that I've seen.
Yep. And again, and if I misspoke or gave the wrong impression, Mr. Reader, I apologize. It was not to say not to interview you. It was more to just point out that we had one new candidate versus what we've had in the past is all I was trying to point out. So if that's the way it came out, I apologize. It was not my intent. So.
As for the previous candidates, I don't know, are either of them here this evening?
Yeah, Karen is.
Okay. I was just curious if, you know, if you were still thinking about going back and recommending one of the previous candidates. Because I wouldn't be in favor of doing that without somebody actually being here to say that they would be willing to accept that nomination.
And I wholeheartedly agree with that statement.
Okay.
So with that, are we good to just close the discussion?
I
and
have
move
a process question. Last time, when we interviewed the candidates, we had a sheet of paper with the questions that we were asking, and then I took copious notes, and then these were collected, which I wasn't
Destroyed.
expecting, and I would have preferred to keep those. Is there a reason why those were collected? Or?
Welcome to Human Resources Policy 101.
So, but
Burn bag.
So I need to make notes on my own paper instead of that
That
one?
should be in the packet that was in front of you tonight.
I've got two, you can have mine.
You know, just a couple pages after item 5.
Yeah.
I think I have it.
We were provided a new questionnaire.
So, Mr. Chair, I was trying to confirm, I know a month ago or so, the city council proposed an amendment to the ordinance regarding the, trying to find the proper term here,
Similar to what Randy was discussing of them making their own. appointments.
regulating boards, committees, commissions, and appointments.
Yep.
I do believe the council passed the advisory body article that, if I may just read it,
Please do.
all board, committee, authority, and commission members shall serve in an advisory capacity to the council. Appointments shall be offered to the council by the relevant body after a public posting, and the vacancy and interviews of all applicants, including verification of residency, after which the council will approve or reject the proposed appointment at its discretion. In the event of a rejection of the recommended appointment, the council may return the matter to the relevant body for further consideration and recommendation, or may appoint one of the applicants who was interviewed, or appoint another if there were no applicants remaining from the interview pool at its discretion.
So.
Ultimately, whatever decision you make tonight, this is now the procedure that will be followed.
So what you discussed, Randy, is already technically in place.
To a certain degree.
To a certain degree.
To a certain degree, yeah.
The word may is in there a number of times, so I can't say that it shall or must, but the word may is in there. So to some level, as you have identified, the writing could be on the wall.
So.
Or the council can send it back, or whatever it may be.
Yep. So. Any further discussion before we move on to the candidate interviews?
Spinning our wheels here.
No? Well, always good to have discussion on things if we need to. All right, with that then, item 5, commission interviews. Aaron, do you want to go ahead with that?
Yes. Actually, I
Or-
read
well,
the
you already went
item,
through
so
most
it's
of
up
it.
to you to call the first candidate and conduct the interview. If you want to sequester the
Yes.
second candidate, we'll find him a comfortable conference room
Please.
and come get him when the time is correct.
Certainly, and we'll just go with the order that I have it here on my sheet then. So Eldon, if you wouldn't mind going with Aaron for a moment. Joe, if you'd like to step up to the podium, we'll go ahead and go through a series of questions. Thank you for attending again.
Welcome back.
Thank you.
Just for clarification, it is, your last name is pronounced Ryder, is that correct?
Yeah, it's Ryder.
Right,
Okay,
thank
thank
you.
you.
So again, familiar scene.
Yeah, being here the second time, I took notes too, and so I prepared a little bit more clarifications on what I spoke about last time.
And again, like I said before the beginning of the meeting, and I'll reiterate this a number of times today, just because there is a lot here, and we want to make sure we give everybody opportunity to speak, that, you know, we try to keep things as concise as we can, but still informative.
Sure.
But feel free to speak at your leisure. With that, we'll just kind of do the same process. I'll start with one, and we'll just go around the horn again, or just to keep things as simple as we did last time. Again, Joe, why are you interested in becoming commission member for East Bethel?
Well, thank you for having me here again. My motivation for seeking a seat on the Planning Commission is to represent the interests of the local community and work towards sustainable development that preserves the unique qualities of East Bethel. I believe that prioritizing the needs of existing residents and homeowners, we can enhance the quality of life in our community and foster an environment where small business and home-based enterprise thrive. One of the biggest challenges facing East Bethel right now is finding ways to attract business or development that fit our community's needs, such as a small grocery store, family restaurants, or even boutique retail. We also need to find ways to address the high sewer and water fees associated with the water treatment facility, which has been a major roadblock on business development.
Could you repeat that, please? I didn't get what you said in the last sentence.
I said, we also need to find ways to address the high sewer and water fees associated with the water treatment facility, which has been a major constraint on business development. As a Planning Commission member, I would work towards exploring creative solutions to attract business and promote sustainable development in the area while maintaining the rural character and culture of East Bethel. I believe that transparency and fairness are critical to the success of the Planning Commission, and I would prioritize these values in my work on the Commission. I would also work collaboratively with fellow commissioners and the City Council to ensure that all voices are heard and that the needs of the community are being met. I'd like to clarify what I mean about when I say sustainable development. To me, sustainable development means a responsible approach to growth and development that meets the needs of the present without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their own needs. It involves balancing economic, social, environmental considerations in decision-making with the goal of promoting long-term well-being and resilience. This includes prioritizing local, small-scale businesses, home-based enterprises, protecting natural resources, and preserving the rural character and culture of East Bethel.
Okay. What strengths and abilities would you bring to the Planning Commission?
Thank you for the question. I believe my experience and skills make me a strong candidate for the Planning Commission. As a longtime resident of the area, I have deep understanding of the community's needs, values, and priorities. Additionally, my background in business and project management have given me the skills to effectively manage difficult tasks, research complex information, and work collaboratively with diverse groups of people. One of my strengths is my ability to listen and incorporate feedback from others. I believe that this is important to consider a variety of perspectives when making decisions that impact the community, and I am committed to ensuring that all voices are heard. Additionally, I have experience in data analysis and research, which I believe will be useful in making informed decisions and supporting evidence-based policies. I also have a strong commitment to sustainability, environmentally responsible development. I believe that we have a responsibility to preserve and enhance the natural resources that make our community unique, and I'm eager to work towards sustainable development that balances the needs of our community with the help of our local environment. Finally, I have a track record of leadership and community involvement, including volunteering with local organizations. I believe that my experience in these roles has given me the skills and perspective needed to effectively serve on the Planning Commission and work towards the betterment of our community.
As a Planning Commission member, what do you believe your role is as representative of the city?
My role is to take feedback from the community and try to follow through with the vision that the residents want. The hardest part of the balance is how do we How do we balance development and pressure from developers to come in and gobble up all land as fast as possible with the wants of the community? Prioritizing grocery stores development, that's a big need for our community, or even small retail shops, or a strip mall, things that would all improve the business climate in our community. Recently, the city council was talking about a variance for a small business that's operating out of the home. He's been looking for a position, a commercial spot in our community. He can't find any. When you look around our East Bethel, there's nothing available. We have no open commercial space. All the land's locked up by landholders, and it's not being developed. As a planning commission, we need to find ways to free up some of the space to allow small businesses to grow and thrive. We should act as a business incubator. We have people working from home. We have people working from their workshops. Find ways to improve their position and get them to commercial spaces so that they can pay commercial rates.
I think I got this question last time. It's my favorite. What is your vision for the Highway 65 corridor?
Well, as a planning commission member, my vision for the Highway 65 development corridor is to promote sustainable development that meets the needs of our community and preserves the unique character and culture of East Bethel. I believe that the current zoning regulations, which open up the land within 1 mile east and west of Highway 65 to nearly unregulated development, are excessive and do not reflect the needs or wants of the residents. Instead, I would propose a more measured approach to development that focuses on enhancing the quality of life of our community while also promoting economic growth. This includes exploring ways to attract small business that align with the needs of the community, such as restaurants, family restaurants, boutique retail, and other services that cater to residents. I think everybody wants a bait shop. Or a sports store. I would also prioritize working with developers to ensure that any new development aligns with our community's vision and does not negatively impact existing neighborhoods, rural areas, or natural habitats. This includes being mindful of the potential for sewer creep beyond the water district and implementing appropriate zoning regulations that encourage responsible and focused development. Ultimately, my vision for the Highway 65 development corridor is to promote sustainable development that enhances the quality of life for our residents, supports local businesses, and preserves the unique character and culture of East Bethel.
Randy, do you want to do question 5, please?
Do you hold any roles that could place you in a position with a conflict of interest as a planning commission member? Examples, financial, family relationships, or groups engaged in community matters?
As of right now, there are no local issues that would place me in a conflict of interest situation. However, I strongly believe in transparency and accountability in the public sector. Therefore, I will make it a priority to be aware of potential conflicts of interest that may arise and promptly disclose them to the appropriate parties. As a planning commission member, I understand the importance of maintaining impartiality and working in the best interests of the residents of East Bethel. I will strive to maintain a high level of ethical conduct and ensure that any decisions made are fair and objective. If any issues do arise, I'm committed to handling them with transparency and integrity and recusing myself from those issues.
Can I just add a follow-up to that question, please?
Sure, as long as you do it to the next one, yeah.
Sure.
Yep. In
Um,
fairness.
I am curious as to a position that you currently hold, which to me might be a conflict of interest. And I'm wondering whether or not you'd be willing to give that up in order to be a member of the Planning Commission.
I'm not quite sure what you speak of, but if you're talking about my employment at Polaris.
No, I'll be very clear then. You are currently the moderator of a social media website for the city. And I kind of consider that to be a conflict of interest. because as a moderator, you can control the narrative of what is being talked about in the city. So my question to you is, do you consider that to be a conflict of interest?
Yes, I do. And last month I did step down that position. I spoke with the other moderators and I said that this was potentially causing too much interference, and I did step down. So I'm no longer a moderator of East Bethel. What's up?
Okay. Thank you for allowing me to fill it out, please.
Yep.
That's a good question. Thank you for that.
Mm-hmm.
So before we end, are there any questions you have for us or anything you would like to add?
I do. As a candidate for the Planning Commission, I'm interested in knowing how the commission plans to address ongoing animosity between both the commission and the city council. I heard some ideas today about a work meeting, and I think that'd probably be, you know, a good idea to actually have heart-to-hearts rather than speaking in official terms and maybe being misinterpreted, you know, having interpersonal relationships or even actively reaching out with reaching out to the people that maybe there's, you know, conflicting ideas with. What my question is, as commission members, what steps do you as a group plan to take to improve communication and collaboration between the two bodies? And how do you propose to move forward in a way that benefits our community as a whole?
Well, to answer your question, yes, that, you know, as you heard, we have talked about having those types of meetings. We've had them in the past. Again, they don't always get agreed upon. We've, like I said, had good meetings in the past. We've had ones that weren't as well, where that wasn't there. I guess for me, and again, I'm not going to speak for the rest of the body, as far as the communication back and forth, whether it's during a meeting or outside of a meeting, that's a two-way street. I think we've been very clear. We've been very respectable of everyone's opinion on it. And in the opportunities when we've had to voice our opinions, whether it be, at least for me specifically, during a public hearing or open forum at city council, when I had something to say, I used the right avenue to do that in without, you know, grabbing them out right outside the door or waiting for them or anything like that. So use the appropriate channels. But again, when there's opportunities as well during things like council report, as a council liaison is meant for, as part of that communication, they're here to help, from my impression, they're here to help relay what happens in these meetings to their meeting. And in the last few years, again, my personal opinion has been that what we've discussed or what the feelings were when going back and looking at the meetings was not reiterated back to the city council, or at least in the manner that we did, or it was brushed over, especially when we had things with great importance. So again, I'm going to throw that back and say that is a two-way street. And again, that, you know, obviously it's welcome to have any conversation, but again, that I don't think we've ever closed that door to have that discussion. And in recent meetings, we have had lack of, you know, our liaison wasn't available when the council update was here.
I would say also, I'm just, I don't know, surprised with a question that is asking us how we're going to improve communication. It was, do you have it written down? Do you maybe want to restate it? But that's my impression, is you're asking us how we're going to improve communication. Is that correct?
Yeah, you know, I've been watching all the statements being made, and I feel like there's a lot of real sour attitudes on both sides. And I don't feel like it's reparable unless people are committed to repairing it. And holding out and fighting is not serving the best interests of our community. You know, I recognize that some of the new people on the city council might not have the same visions of people on this group, but ultimately I know that they want the best for the residents of East Bethel, just as all of you. how they want to get there might not be the exact same, but, you know, the goal is serving people in East Bethel. And so ultimately, you know, the standoffish attitudes, and it's on both sides. I'm not going to say it's on one, and I hope nobody's shocked by that. I think we all need to, you know, figure out a way to just kind of drop it.
Mr. Ryder, do you think that you're part of that communication problem though also?
I feel like there has been a lot of factionalization in our city.
There's been a fractionalization?
Factionalization
Okay,
of attitudes. So yes, I am part of that.
right. I'm glad you acknowledge that, because there's some things that you've said in social media. One I can think of in particular is where you said that Mr. Terry came and demanded a new liaison. He did not demand anything. I don't think Mr. Terry has ever demanded anything in his life. But that's what you posted on social media. Okay, so do you think that's appropriate?
I'm well considered in my statements, and I watch these meetings over and over again. Every meeting you have, I read
I
the
have too.
minutes, and I watch the videos multiple times. My feeling was he came off and he was saying, this is not going to happen, this is unprecedented. And the words that were said, saying, they were just words that shouldn't be said in a professional setting. They're too toxic, and they're not seeking to find common ground. And I'm saying this, we need to work for the best interests of our community. Put personal politics aside. The election was very passionate. A lot of people got very passionate. But the differentiation that people had to take, it's done. Now we need to come together and focus on the future, and that's where we need to be. You know, and we can say, well, nobody's called Jim Smith a liar, but it was implied, and it's right in those minutes that was implied. We can't do that to each other. You guys don't like being called out like that, then we shouldn't be calling anyone out. People are here to serve the community. They're different, but they have good intentions. And I think we need to focus on that, and we need to get past this. I admit, I haven't always been on the up and up with my communication, but I'm not the only one. I'm not.
I think that doesn't matter though. What matters is what you say and what I say and what these individuals say also. So, you know, I'll say right now, I have the same worldview as Mr. Lewis, as Mr. Miller, as probably Mr. Smith. I don't know his politics. I don't know Mr. Lewis's in particular either, but we have very similar worldviews. Maybe some other people here don't.
Well, let me express my worldview. I live in a rural residential area, and there was a development that was supposed to have 30 houses on it. And it got turned to 230 rental units in about 2 months of time. There's a lot of residents that are upset with that, and that should have slowed down. This is why I want to be on this commission, to try and slow things down when they're moving too fast. There's a lot of people that are really upset about that townhome development. Yes, we need it for our water, but it might not have been the best approach. You know, we lost a road commission because they were trying to slow it down on road surveys.
Do you think that the property owners have rights to build what is within the confines of what's allowed?
To build a development that is so out of place in our community, there's nothing like that. Nothing. That's going to be a completely different type of zone than anything we have.
But if it fit, but I'm gonna stop there for a second, and this is something we've come across again over a number of years, and this is where I go back to letting procedures and processes happen, because we do have to allow what's legal to go on, and as she pointed out, you know, a landowner, property owner having the ability to do what is within their rights to do, we do have to allow that. I'm not going to bring up every example over the last decade plus, but again, there are those things. So if a landowner sells to a developer and that area is zoned something specific and it fits the guidelines, unfortunately, it's not what everyone always wants. And sometimes it is also still at the best interest of the city. And we have to allow for some flexibility to allow for developers, because if you pigeonhole them into something so small and so specific, you might not ever get that. And that's what actually pushes developers out based on, you know, my past history from what I've seen. So I'm just gonna caution everybody to please remember that sometimes it's not always what we want on our personal beliefs, but what we need to allow based on what is currently in the codes. And yes, if things need to change it, but we can't change what's already happening. And we've been sued for that before and gone through that process. And if we didn't allow businesses and landowners to follow through with that process, which includes applying, going through meetings here, and sometimes meetings at great lengths. It's not that we always want to be going through that, but we have to. We have to allow that, just like today, and again, me even earlier allowing, or asking, you know, letting Glenn speak his mind briefly on this topic, but how I also preach that we need to keep this process moving forward. Whether we all like it, how it's going or not, we still need to keep moving forward because this is what we have before us. And this is why, again, we are an advisory committee. It's not lost on anybody here that, again, we work at the behest of city council and for our city at large. No one here, I don't think, has a personal agenda about wanting something specific somewhere, anywhere. And again, I'll apologize if I'm speaking for my council members out of order here, but again, I think given my history here, everyone has the intent of just trying to do what's best and what's right and what's legal. So please keep that in mind too. This is not always what we just want.
I don't mean to imply that you guys have conflicts of
Yep,
interest.
but we do need to keep moving this forward too. So
Okay,
thank you.
well, in conclusion, I'd like to thank the Planning Commission for their time and opportunity to share my vision for East Bethel. I believe that my experience and commitment to sustainable development and local community involvement will be a valuable asset to the Commission. I'm excited about the potential to work collaboratively with other members of the Commission and the City Council to address the challenges facing our community, including balancing the needs of property owners with those of the broader community. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Aaron, if you can grab him. Thank you. Thank you for your words.
That's
Please.
good.
Welcome, Mr. Holmes.
Do we want to ask Mr. Ryder to step out?
I think so.
Did we do that in the last?
I don't, pardon me for stepping in.
Please.
I don't think it's necessary because he's already heard the questions.
Yep, I believe that was the purpose.
But if the committee wants to, or the commission wants to have him move
Can I
out,
say
then
something?
that's fine
It don't
too.
bother me.
Yeah. Sorry. I was trying to remember from our last meeting. It's been a few months now, so I couldn't remember if we sequestered the
I
second
think
person or not.
traditionally we have.
Okay.
I mean, I
Yeah.
remember
Thank you.
when I went through the
We have
process
in the
that
past.
we did.
Now we can grill Eldon.
Turn the lights up. No.
Look out, Elton.
I'm an electrician, remember?
All right, Eldon, we're just gonna go through a series of 6 questions. I'll start here and we'll just go around
Fine.
the horn and answer. So again, thank you for putting in the time tonight. Why are you interested in becoming a commission member for East Bethel?
Fairly
Planning
simple.
Commission.
Fairly simple. I was on the commission for quite a few years. I miss it. I quit the commission to help some underprivileged children to have a better life, which I thought was more important than what I was doing, but I do miss it. You know, I know most of you except for Gabriel pretty well. You know me, you know what I'm gonna be like. I just like to be on it, and I believe I know what I'm doing, and that's why.
Thank you.
What strengths and abilities would you bring to the Planning Commission?
Well, my first strength and main strength is do what's right for the people of East Bethel. That's the main goal, no matter what happens here, whether I'm on the commission or not, whatever's right for the people. My strength is I've been chair, I've been on the commission quite a few years. I know, like again, I say I know everybody except Gabriel. And I feel I know what I'm doing.
As a planning commission member, what do you believe your role is as representative of the city?
Do what's right for the people, period. There's over 11,000 of them, so there's a lot of work.
Yep. Gabriel?
What's your vision for the Highway 65 corridor?
Oh, boy. Well, I was on the planning commission when we first started this, so, and it's changed a lot, and obviously what's happened has changed thoughts and everything else, but I think we're going down the right road, and hopefully we can get people to come to East Bethel.
Thank you.
Do you hold any roles that could place you in a position of conflict of interest as a planning commission member, i.e. financial, family relationships, or groups engaged in community matters?
I have no, I mean, I get along with pretty much everybody most of the time, not all the time, but, no, it's no big deal.
As a follow-up, are you part of any social media pages or anything that would have
I was
interest?
getting there.
Okay,
Yeah.
I'm saving you the trouble.
I was
Randy.
getting there.
We can go with
I got
that
your-
before we ask if
I
he's
got
got
your
questions
support.
for us. Yeah.
So-
Okay, I'll tell you one thing. I'm on Facebook.
Yeah.
And if you go on my site, you'll see what I'm up against. I mean, you'll see what I'm about. I don't want any conflict. Most of my stuff is funny stuff and trying to be jokes. Well, I used to be a clown, so what can I say? I used to be an aqua jester, so. But, no, there's too much of the garbage on Facebook. I don't know how people can put up with all that garbage on there. It's pathetic. It really is.
Thank you. And one
Do you have
last
any questions for us? Or anything else you would like to add?
Well, the only thing I'd like to add is, I know, like I say, I know most of you. I've been on the board, commission with everybody here, except for Gabriel. And, you know what I'm like. You know that I try and do what's right for the people. You know that, we've had our differences, but we still work together. And that's the main thing for the city.
Thank you.
Okay?
Thanks, Eldon.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And alright, well, like last time, we wanna just, send down notes, or the notepad with written names, and we'll just do a majority recommendation. And, Aaron, you wanna just come collect these and tally them for us again?
Will do.
Thank you.
Just double checking to make sure the YouTube video is still functional. I don't know. It's a job I learned today.
Excellent connection.
I'm hoping it's working.
Want just the name of the candidate? Do we have to sign him? Do we?
No, I don't think you need to sign it, but I would
Okay.
just have Aaron come up
And
and
then we're
collect
gonna-
it, and he'll tally it
we're
up.
Pass these in.
Oh, yes, and you need our note sheets. And here is the notes.
No? No.
Okay.
Or if you want to pass them down to Gabe, I can.
All right.
I won't peek.
Mr. Chair, you have 5 votes for Eldon and 1 abstention.
Okay. Great. With that, then, I'll make a motion to recommend Eldon Holmes for the Planning Commission for the City Council review.
Second?
Motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
Abstain.
Abstain? Okay. With one abstain, we have a motion that passed. This will go before city council at the,
Next available one, whatever
Next.
that happens to be.
thank you.
Yep.
Thank you both again for your time and your candor. All right, and thank you audience for hanging through with this. We are moving on to item 6A. We have a public hearing variance with the reduction of side and front yard setbacks for drain field placement at 19141 East Front Boulevard Northeast. Aaron, whenever you're ready.
Yeah, give me 1 second to
Yep.
get everything together here.
Yep.
This one, it will take a little bit of time for us. And I'd like to start out, prior to even reading the agenda, background information, that be assured that I, as the interim community development director, have reviewed this pretty extensively, and would like to point out that the city in this approval process failed to follow the process. So right out of the gate, we want to be clear that a variance should have been sought prior to construction. And therefore, we will go ahead and ask for the variance based on the procedure, and then the commission can make a decision based on that, and the city will deal with the ramifications, if it may be, that are based on a decision. So knowing that, I will go ahead and give you the background information. On May 16th of 2022, the city received an application from the owner of 19141 East Front Boulevard to allow to upgrade an existing outhouse to a Type 3 system for subsewage treatment system, subsurface sewage treatment system, to make a cabin a future habitable residence. Due to the size of the 0.17 acre lot, the proposed system design included the placement of a box mound which encroached on property lines and required the city permission or a variance for its use. City staff subsequently approved the permit, and the system was installed in July of 2022. During a final inspection, it was noted that the installed septic box mound was within the required setbacks, and a variance for a reduction of the side yard and front yard setbacks should have been sought and approved prior to installation. The applicant applied for a variance, and after the fact, for the setback encroachments, city staff began gathering information in preparation for a variance for a public hearing. Inconsistencies were discovered in the existing survey from 2004, which was on file, and the drawings submitted with the septic system permit application by the septic designer. A site visit was conducted for the purposes of confirming some measurements, and city staff concluded that the site did not match either the 2004 survey or the survey completed by the septic designer. A new survey city staff asked the applicant to provide a new updated survey. The new survey identified that the septic box mound was not only encroaching on the front and the side yard setbacks, but a portion of it was constructed in the city right-of-way. City staff consulted with the city attorney to determine the best course of action to address the circumstances. It was recommended from the city attorney that in addition to a variance approval hearing, a license and use agreement would be necessary to authorize a use of the portion of the East Front Boulevard city right-of-way. The applicant is requesting a variance reduction to the south side yard setback standard from 10 feet to a 0 to 3 feet, the north side yard setback from 10 feet to a 6 to 7 foot, and the western or the front property line from a 10-foot setback to a minus 0.6 to minus 1.7 feet for placement of their existing septic box mound. The system meets all other required setbacks for neighboring wells. When considering a variance, it requires a 3-factor practical test, which you are aware of. The first factor is a test of reasonableness, which means that the landowner would likely use the property in a practical way, but cannot do so under the rules of the ordinance. In this case, septic systems are required for a home to be considered habitable. The approval of a variance would allow for this property to be used as a habitable residence. The second factor test is uniqueness. In the issuance for a variance is due to circumstances unique to the property and not caused by the landowner. The uniqueness generally relates to the physical characteristics of a particular lot. In this case, the property has limited space for a drain field due to the lot sizes created by a 1920s era plat. There is an 8-foot change in elevation from the front lot line, the east front boulevard side, to the ordinary high water level mark at the shoreline. Minnesota statute requires that a subsurface sewage treatment system be constructed in a shoreland area must have at least a 3 feet of vertical separation distance between what are called redox features or evidence of groundwater and wastewater and the wastewater saturated soils. This property's redox feature was located at 1.5 feet or 18 inches below the existing grade at its deepest uphill location. Current setback requirements for wells and structures in the DNR Lakeshore regulations also provide uniqueness. The third factor is that the variance would not alter the essential character of the neighborhood. This factor is used to consider whether the resulting structure or improvement would be out of scale, out of place, or otherwise inconsistent with the surrounding area. When applying this test to a setback reduction, the visual impact or the use of a building or an improvement related to the surrounding dwelling is the emphasis of the assessment. For example, when thinking about a variance for an encroachment into a setback, the focus is how the particular building or construction will look closer to a lot line and if that fits within the character of the area. In this case, the Coon Lake Residential Zoning District has had significant number of septic variants issued due to smaller lot size, as previously alluded to by the size of the 1920s plat. Also in this case, a neighboring property, 4640 East Front Boulevard, was granted a license back in April of 2012 to use a portion of Sylvan Street, I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly, for the placement of a septic tank and piping in addition to a deep well in order to upgrade a failing septic system on the property due to limited size. In 2012, additionally, the setback requirements were narrower than current regulations are. The recommendation is for the Planning Commission to hold a public hearing regarding the variance for the installation of the septic box mound within the side and front yard setbacks at 19141 East Front Boulevard. I've prepared a resolution for your consideration, which outlines all of those distances that I had previously provided. I have a myriad of information for questions, and I will bring up some maps for reference while we move on to the public hearing.
Okay, great. And just before I open the public hearing, as a reminder, when you do come up again, state your name and address, speak into the microphone. Please know a lot of the questions that you may have, we will address after we close the public hearing during our discussion point, but know that we are taking notes on what you're saying, and we will try to address all those questions, but we do want to also prevent the back and forth from the audience as well. So we will do our best to answer the questions that you have in regards to it. And this, again, statement kind of goes forth with all public hearings tonight. So with that being said, we'll go ahead and open tonight's public hearing. Anybody who wishes to speak on behalf of item 6A, please come forth and state your name and address for the record.
test.
You're good.
First off, I will say my name and address. I brought a typed up version for the minute taker.
They watch online and take from there. But if
Okay.
you want to give that to Aaron before you go, he'll make sure that they.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yep.
All right, so I'm Angela Rogers, 19139, seasonal resident. I'm the one who is directly impacted. Maybe all of us are indirectly impacted. So here we go. Thank you for allowing me the time to share my thoughts. Who am I? I'm the neighbor at 19139, which is the boarding property directly to the south. I want to start by saying to Jim and Molly that my words today are not directed to them, because I presume that following building code is the contractor's responsibility. My words today are directed at the East Bethel system and the keepers of the system. My goal is to get my perspective on record so that an appropriate resolution can be achieved. I'd prefer to just keep reading through this and before engaging in any discussion. So, first of all, my property space is very narrow and the lot is 30 feet wide near the septic box mound. So if you think about that for just a minute, 30 feet. Maybe many of your driveways are 30 feet. My lot, my entire lot in that area is 30 feet. Space on my lot is precious. But that's just it. Space on every property is precious. That's why East Bethel has systems in place to regulate what is and what is not allowed with spaces. It helps people decide what to do with their space project. I hope the system is meant for owners to have comfort with their space, no matter the lot size, big or small. In my lifetime, and I am a lifetime at this residence, East Bethel has been very watchful and very engaged in space projects. Not so much in 2022. Like Aaron said, there's no debating on the system failure in this instance. No one was minding the store. Many in the neighborhood watched in disbelief last summer. This was not the watchful and engaged East Bethel of the past. Now the system is asking that I and others look the other way at these misses. Allow the system breakdown to continue by shuffling some papers that disregard what was overlooked. Just get everyone to agree that everything is fine, move on, never look back. It might work for this council to accept what's happened because it's just paperwork approvals. Get the documentation, move ahead. But decisions and execution of projects like this directly impact the property values, the livability atmosphere we should all be striving to protect in East Bethel and on Coon Lake. The next area I'd like to go to is areas that I find that are incomplete in the resolution content. The complete omission of a strategy for the original outhouse on the property since the application approval through today is just mystifying to me. I expect the committee to modify the resolution content to add specific and time-based measures to address the proper outhouse removal. Next, the comparison to the 4640 property is, to me, substantially irrelevant because that entire system is underground and invisible. I expect the committee to modify the resolution content to add a relevant septic comparison that includes a septic box mound in the neighborhood, preferably on East Front Boulevard. If a comparison is not available, there seems to be no basis for the claim, quote, that the variance would not alter the essential character of the neighborhood. How is this completely subjective parameter measured anyways? The septic box mound is an unattractive structure and is clearly causing disruption already. Next, the resolution states the property has limited space for a compliant drain field. This argument seems applicable only because the septic box mound is already built. Had this variance been proactively reviewed before construction, alternatives to a drain field or alternative drain field designs could have been considered. I have an alternative drain field design in my property. Where was everybody during this? The resolution refers, next, The resolution refers to Coon Lake Beach several times, a completely separate neighborhood across the lake. I expect that Coon Lake Beach references are removed for historical accuracy. Next, attachment 5, which is the license and use agreement, grants permission for a well and quote, drinking water service. Why would the city allow for a well in the right-of-way? Well and drinking water does not appear at all in the resolution content. I expect that both documents would match, preferably to remove the well clause, and should be updated accordingly. Attachment 7, Attachment 7, titled MPCA Certificate Number 65, mentions capping of a shallow well. None of today's documents mention capping the unused shallow well on the property. I expect the resolution and/or license to be updated to demonstrate either that the shallow well on the property was properly capped previously, or will be capped now, or will be put into service use. Next, there is no way to properly enter 19141 from the road. How is it possible for the East Bethel system to allow for creation of a landlocked property? It was not landlocked prior to these events. I expect the resolution to be updated for the addition of a driveway to the property so that it is accessible from the road without the use of Coon Street. Next, there are some items that are being asked of the neighborhood and of me. I am being asked to accept complete disregard to the minimum setback off my property line and to allow encroachment onto my lot. Normally, variances are for instances where there are no other solutions. For this septic box mound, there isn't a reason why this system wasn't proactively designed differently, honoring the property boundaries. And I want to pause off my script here for a minute to say, I don't know if the contractor is here or the designer is here, but their practice of removing the stake that was in the ground in order to place the septic mound is a questionable practice in my mind. I don't know the contractor, I don't know the designer. That is a questionable practice. Next, the neighborhood is being asked to accept complete disregard to the minimum setback off the city right-of-way. Same thing. There isn't a reason why this system wasn't proactively designed differently, honoring the right-of-way boundaries. The neighborhood is being asked to accept that there's no way to properly enter the property from the road. Same thing. There isn't a reason why this system wasn't proactively designed differently from the beginning to allow for property access. Major question. How is the septic designer being held responsible for the role in all this? Isn't property access very elementary? The neighborhood is being asked to accept an unattractive structure when other options exist that could have been proactively discussed and optimized prior to its construction. Why should the community be asked to accept the East Bethel system failure? Finally, thank you for your time. My conclusion. We all know that variances are supposed to come before construction and not after. We also all know that the simplest solution for East Bethel is to record this variance after the fact, push the paperwork, and be done with it. I'm not convinced to accept this simple solution. Your next question probably is, well, what solution would you accept? Well, as an engineer and a problem solver, I can come up with several solutions, ranging from starting all over again to finding novel solutions to rectify the current violations. I expect city employees and septic designers to engage and generate the novel solutions. This variance situation is not resolved. Legal property and land rights are in question. Property values are impacted. The resolution content is incomplete. And as a neighborhood group, we should understand how this impacts everyone. The council cannot vote yes to approve this variance. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for all that. You said you have a copy for Aaron?
I got one for Aaron.
Thank you. And thank you for well put together, concise, clear.
Hi, I'm Rhonda Paulson, 19138 East Front Boulevard. I have to first ask. Tanner knows what it looks like. Have you all been there to see what it looks like?
I drove by today, actually. I drove by once when there was a lot of
Okay.
snow on it, but I drove again today since there was no snow.
Okay, have you seen it?
Yes, I've seen it.
Have you seen it?
I've not.
I have not.
I have not personally seen it.
Well, I have pictures.
Perfect.
Because I look at this every day out my front window.
There it was.
I used to have Lakeview. I look at this every day out my front window. How many times do you look out your front window? That's the first thing. Secondly is, I feel bad for Angela. She had no say on the encroachment of her property. This little thing right here, this is where her property line is. That's just unacceptable. You know, for years, most common sense people know that when you put on a project like this, you're gonna need a variance. Why wasn't it stopped? If there's no variance, why wasn't it stopped? And as a community, neighborhood, and like I said, I saw it every day, people would stand out there and go, what the heck is going on here? Couldn't answer it, because nobody would say anything. In regards to comparing Sylvan Street variances, or do you know how, I don't know how to say this.
In this case, it's a license, but yeah, the
Yeah.
variance request for the license.
Yeah, and how it would like look, how do I want to say this? This is how I take it. So I'm looking out my front door, or front window, I see this. My house is on the corner. I can look out, and the property that you're talking about on Sylvan Street, this is it. It looks nothing like this. There's no comparison. Just absolutely none. It's a eyesore. Everybody drives by and they slow down to look at it. So, requesting a variance after the fact, and as you said, the city screwed up. I expect the city to take care of this. And as planning people, I would say, take it upon yourself to make a change. Do something about this. Don't just write it off and say, okay, it's been done. Here's the paperwork, let's let it go through. You have a chance to change it. Now do something, please. That's all I have to say about that. You know, so many neighbors have worked so hard. I've been in the community over 40 years in that one house. We worked so hard to keep up everything for building inspectors or God knows whatever inspector you want coming out, and we got to get it done. But this isn't a minor thing to let slip by. So on that note, the only thing I have to say is please do something. If you don't, shame on you for letting it go by, because you have a chance to change something and put this neighborhood back together. It does not fit the neighborhood. This is a small little neighborhood and a busy street. East Front Boulevard is a busy street. especially since they put that back unit or those houses in back of us. We have kids coming back and forth all the time, and it's like, it is just, I just have no words. But if you want to take a look at the pictures, I can certainly leave them for you. And that's all I have to say is I think it needs to be gone. There should be other ways of putting in like a holding tank or something. You can have a holding tank and still live there full time, I'm sure of that. But it's an eyesore and it needs to be gone. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'd like to look at the pictures.
Yeah,
Please.
as would I. Can we do a?
Yep.
Perfect.
Pass them down.
Thanks.
Thank you, Rhonda.
Anyone else wish to speak on this?
If you want to, it's a public forum, so.
Evening, Commissioners.
Evening, Mr. Moss.
Evening.
Here tonight to talk about this property. My name is Steve Voss. I live at 19303 East Front Boulevard. We're about 800 feet north, so like 10 doors. You know, neighborhood, you talk about doors. So we're fairly close, and obviously we do drive by this. I'm here tonight. My wife and I are here tonight in opposition of the variance for a number of reasons. One thing, Aaron, do you have the drawing that came with the application? I think
Yep, I can
kind of lays it out a little better.
I can bring that up. This one is the one you're referring to?
Okay, so this is the drawing, and how I became involved is we were gone in August. We came back, and all of a sudden this was up, and so I had no idea what was going on. And it wasn't until I contacted staff and found the details. One of the things I want to bring out is Aaron's talked about the fact that there were mistakes made on the staff's end. One thing I want to point out is in the write-up, it talks about the variance should have been sought, and in fact it was sought and just wasn't caught by city staff. And the applicants and Molly and James, welcome to the neighborhood. You're going to love this neighborhood. But I think there's a way to do this correctly that will appease the neighbors and meet the requirements. And I'll get to that at the end, and it's already been discussed. But the thing that's important here to understand is when the applicant came in, you can see in the drawing, it states a variance is required. So the drawing presented to our inspectors, not only did the inspectors not identify for themselves that there's setback issues, but the applicant actually told them that variances are needed. So you can make your own judgment, but to me it's obvious that as a city staff, this was missed. Because obviously if this wasn't missed and the variance would have been applied for, this wouldn't have been constructed, and you'd have a whole different way of looking at this. And so from experience on planning and on council, these things happen, variances come in after the fact. And what I've always done, and for the most part the commissions and council's always done, is try to also look at what they would have done had this followed. Had this followed the procedure. So it's, you gotta keep your mind, how do you consider the system as if it hasn't been built yet? What would we do? The three tests, I want to kind of touch on the write-up a little bit on the three tests. And I apologize to Aaron. Aaron was new to the staff when this came in. So when I say staff makes mistakes, I'm not throwing Aaron under any bus. So, But in terms of the three tests, I do have disagreement with those. And a little bit's been discussed by Rhonda and Angela. The first one, the septic systems are required to be considered habitable. That's true. I agree with that. The approval of this variance will allow the property to be used as residential use. You can say that's true, but there's also, it was used as a residential use for the last 80 years. So there is uses. This is a change in use, a change in residential use, intensification. But that's true, but I just want to point out that there is options other than this septic box at the west end of this property. The second test was the uniqueness. And I think everyone's going to agree this is a unique situation. But the uniqueness of what we're looking at right now, it states it was not caused by the landowner. And although I agree it wasn't, intentional or anything, sinister about it, but the reason why you're here right now is because this was constructed without the variance and without the setbacks, proper setbacks, and not constructed the way it was. So I disagree that was not caused by the landowner itself, but again, I don't want to point fingers that they were trying to do something under the table. It wasn't. To me, it was clearly a mistake made on the city's part. And the last one that you've heard already is whether this is out of place. Does it change the character? And the reference to the 4240, the Sylvan Street, I was involved with that process 10 years ago. That was a situation where they had to upgrade and they had no room, and the only thing they could do is to encroach into Sylvan Street. And as been mentioned, all this is subsurface. It's also with, in that agreement, that if the city ever needs that piece of property, that they would have to remove it at their expense. So it was a way to work out to a situation there. And I'm glad we did, but this is quite a bit different in terms of a license, because it's a structure. It's a structure everyone on that street drives by is going to see that they know is there. So that's my disagreement with those 3 points. But the biggest problem with this, and as Angela mentioned it too, is if you can put up the picture again, the photo that shows the box, is the fact that the presence of the septic box on this west end of the property eliminates the ability to have a driveway to the house. In fact, I think there's only 6 or 7 feet left for a walkway. And so you can see there's that stake on the left side of the box is, I assume that's the corner property, or close to it. So that's what's left for a driveway. And so other than the fact that you're really landlocking this property, city does have ordinances that a driveway is required. And so I would ask the question, and obviously it's a legal question, is can the city even grant a variance that puts the property in violation of another ordinance? So that's the legal aspect of it, but the practical aspect of it is there's no driveway. And so what I expect I'll hear, and it'll be in the discussion, and it's been alluded to in this picture, you can see it, there is, I don't know what you want to call it. It's been called so many different things over the years. This is called Coon Street. There's 5 of these along East Front. Sylvan Street's one of them. And the properties that are owned by the city. They're not properties, they're not dedicated streets. They're not right-of-ways. There's all kinds of stories what these things, why they were put in the 20s. All of them, 5 of them are all maintained. 2 of them are actually used by the city for stormwater. And it's hard to see, but right on the street there, that little dark spot, that's a catch basin. And there's a stormwater pipe that goes right down that alignment into the lake. And then there's a catch basin across the street as well, it's connected. And so there's two of these. I actually live next to one of these streets, and one I'm next to has a storm sewer too. So there is a purpose for the city, but this is, and it's also used, particularly this one, as access to the lake. More so in the winter, but in the summer, there's quite a few neighbors that'll come in. There was one who used to bring their canoe and rowboat down there once in a while, so it's used, but it's city property. Historically, that cabin has been very seasonally used. It's not, I don't believe it's insulated, it's wide open, it's been used as a summer cabin. Likely, traffic has used that access down to get to that house, to the cabin. So I expect that one of the discussions will be is to grant this property owner access to give him a driveway, which to me is not, you know, the city's not in the business of making sure every property gets developed, particularly since it's a public street. And so that, you know, if that's the route is taken to address the driveway issue, I think there's going to be a much broader discussion, not at this table at council, but there's a practical problem with access now with the septic system when it's installed. It certainly could be put in a holding tank. We have dozens and dozens of properties around the lake that have put in holding tanks, many along this street. And so there is that option. And so what the problem is because the city made these mistakes, the homeowner put an investment into a system that may not have even gotten approved if it gone through the process. And so, you know, this is not going to be an easy decision by anyone, but there is ways to deal with this. And again, this is a discussion at council, but I will just say in years past, this is not the first time. We've had issues where a building official has caused undue financial hardship to a homeowner, and we've had to, the city did compensate in the past. So that's certainly something, you know, if the septic is to be removed, I would expect the city own up to the mistakes that we made and fix the problem. And the easy fix would just be, say, to use the road so the city doesn't have to spend this money, but that's not right for the neighborhood. And so, again, Molly and James, welcome to the neighborhood, you're gonna love it. There is other options to make this, you know, property usable the way you want. That doesn't affect everyone else around the neighborhood, so. And that's all I have.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Very much.
Hi, my name is Tracy Barrett, and I live at 19200 East Front Boulevard. So I'm like Caney Corner to the north of the property. And I just want to go on record to state that I agree with everybody's statements here today. And I personally use that access to the lake to go kayaking. That's where I go. And at my age, to lift my kayak up on my car is really hard. And this is really important to me, especially going into retirement, to be able to have some activity on the lake that's easy for me to get to. So that's my personal stake. But I just wanted to state that I do agree with everybody, and I think there's a better alternative. I don't think it fits in with the neighborhood at all. So I hope you guys make the right decision for us. And that's all I want to say.
Thank you.
Yeah.
My name is Jim Moskalik. The applicant, my wife over there is Molly.
If you could speak into the microphone,
Oh, I'm
please.
sorry. You want me
You
to
can
start
raise it
over?
up, you can move it, whatever you need to make it
Yeah.
comfortable.
Go a little higher.
Thank you.
I just wanted to say, our intention was to come use the property, get to know the people in the neighborhood. The neighbors are fabulous. Angela was the first person who spoke, kind of told us how everything works in the neighborhood. Rhonda, when my daughter smashed her finger in the screen door, she was the first person to run over with a box of Band-Aids. So, I mean, the people are fabulous. We want to enjoy the view, we want to enjoy the lake, but we also want to improve the usability of the cabin. The girls won't spend the night there, and honestly, I haven't spent the night there yet either. We want to improve the safety, and we've done things to improve the safety. As far as, I'm not going to rehash what Aaron said, but I just want to say that, it wasn't, I'll say that the system was professionally designed. It was permitted, professionally installed. It was inspected multiple times during the implementation by the city, and I just wanted to pass that on. One of the points that was made was the view from the street. I think the folks who live in that neighborhood know that prior to us living there were weeds across that entire section there. Weeds taller than the height of the wood on the box mount, which I think is looks like 4 sections of 6 inches, 24 inches. I'm just offering that. We did not bypass any process. We used professionals to have this work done.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak during the public hearing for this? If not, I'll go ahead and close it.
Mr. Chair, I do have additional information. I can attempt to answer any of the items that have come up if you guys have additional questions. I am certainly not a septic professional. However, I have done, as you know, a lot of research into this one to try and make this correct. And as the mayor, the former mayor alluded to, I joined the city here June 27th, not as a city planner and or a community development director. I was enforcing ordinance violations, if that makes any difference. Essentially, after being promoted to the position that I'm in now, the department has made procedural changes to address any submission of plans in any manner that the zoning department will, myself, give a final approval to hopefully circumvent any of these from happening in the future. With that, I was out in the neighborhood today and took some photographs of some of the properties to address the essential character question. I have a wealth of septic information if we would like to go through that. So as the applicant has pointed out, this is likely 24 feet. I think it is actually on the survey in height at the right-of-way side. This is a side view of the depth of the right-of-way, 33 feet. So you can see from the roadway to where the box is, that is actually the city right-of-way. That's some considerable distance. Directly a couple doors down, this row of hedges, which I'm assuming fills in the spring and throughout the summer, definitely would screen along the roadway. It is probably in the right-of-way, actually, if the right-of-way carries down. So that has been permitted at some point along the way. This row of arborvitae is around the corner. I didn't measure the distance here, but that provides screening along the property line. This large piece of landscaping I believe the road right-of-way, or the edge of the asphalt is right in here. There's a little bit of a ditch. So I would also venture to guess that this is probably located in the city's right-of-way. If that 33 feet carries down, that is about the exact same height as the applicant's septic box on the road frontage side. Here is a 4-foot fence, probably at the property line, meeting a chain link fence at the property line. Here's more landscaping clearly to the road edge. I'm assuming this fence is at that 33-foot mark. So here we have vegetation that's been permitted at some point along the way to be planted in there. There's a couple of new, a couple of new evergreens planted here. I'm assuming that's right at the property line. It's pretty hard to see in there. Additionally, here's some other ones a little farther down, and you can see the road edge. Those are clearly within there. Here's another row of some sort of vegetation. Again, not measured, but definitely there. A small fence with some landscaping block. Another ornamental fence with some vegetation behind it. Another row of vegetation at the property line. You can see the neighbor's fence comes to the property line, and then that continues on. I also see that there's the utilities right here, so that tells me that's the end of the easement, most likely. And then I just wanted to throw this out there as a potential option that might be matching character in the neighborhood of a 4-foot fence of some sort that would cover up the 2-foot box, which would essentially make it matching character as you've seen up and down the street. I want to go back to the beginning and provide a little bit of information regarding this lot. The document Mr. Voss referenced here shows that the neighbor's well is located here. There is a state statutory obligation that the well be located 50 feet in some cases, depending on the type of well, or 100 feet from any septic related items if it is, I believe, a shallow well. This is the proposed location of a well for the applicant. So you can see how the septic designer has proposed the location. Additionally, with the application, also included in the design that the outhouse has an obligation to be removed, and the tank that is currently there needs to be capped off. That is a requirement. You can see soil borings were done by the designer, and it was determined that the location best suited for, because of the location of the groundwater or redox readings, was at a depth of 1.7 feet at the hill. As I had mentioned in my report, there's an 8-foot drop in elevation from this side of the lot to the high water mark on the back side of the lot. We also have a requirement that any items of new construction be 75 feet off of the high water mark of the shore. So that, I'm assuming, had something to do with the considerations in the design. In reference to a holding tank, holding tanks are required to be 50 feet from a well. Holding tanks are required to also have some other standards, as well as an improvement plan, or a maintenance plan, excuse me. And in order to use a holding tank, a variance hearing is a requirement by state or city statute. So we would be here holding a variance hearing for a holding tank as well, if that have been presented, or should have been held a variance hearing for a holding tank itself. Ultimately, I did some research into the holding tank. as well as the explanation as to why a box mound was a necessity on this property. This is a traditional mound system. This is taken out of the MPCA manual that our building inspector uses. You can see this defined absorption area is 20 feet under the ground. The front lot line of this property is 26 feet. If we would have put a traditional mound on this lot, the mound would have gone onto Coon Street as well as Miss Rogers' lot. Therefore, a traditional mound was not acceptable. Therefore, that was proposed to be this box-style mound in which the designer can, here's another diagram of the overview of what a mound does look like. So you can see the absorption width has to be 20 feet. We do have, the reason we're here asking for a variance is because it has to be 20 feet or 10 feet off a property line, 20 feet from a structure. This system wouldn't work either and would need a variance. So as I've noted, it doesn't really matter what system we were or would have been here for a variance for. As the former mayor alluded to, a variance would have needed to have been sought, and you should base your decision on that this thing isn't there at this point and what is the best solution for to provide for the applicants to utilize the cabin in the form that they want. My understanding they were intending on upgrading and adding a small kitchen and an additional an actual bathroom to the cabin down the road, not right now, but to make it more usable. In the meantime, the septic system was a necessity. And the addition of a well and including the distance to the neighbor's well is a definite consideration. As you can see, the common setback distances for septic systems within a well, depending on the type of well, anywhere from 100 feet to 50 feet. Now, I don't know what the neighbor's well is, if it is a deep well or a shallow well. I don't have that information, but according to the application here, I would assume that it's a sensitive shallow well and it has to be 100 feet from any septic related items. And I'm assuming the applicant's proposed well is going to be a deep well, and they have to be 50 feet from any where we are here achieving a 60-foot according to this design. Now, as I said in my open, this design didn't match the measurements that were on the survey that was submitted at the same time, nor did any of those measurements match what the building official and I measured. So we did require or ask the applicant to provide us a now version of a survey that properly places everything that is on the current lot the way it sits. That is this survey. As you can see, this is the property line between Ms. Rogers and the applicant. This is the front right-of-way showing the 26.5-foot width. This is the line of the box mound, which shows that it is 1.7 feet over the property line into the right-of-way. It is right on the property line according to this survey. It follows the property line down this side and then ultimately ends right here. Actually, there's a small gap here. So it is literally sitting right on the corner of the property, not on Miss Rogers' property, but actually on the property line. The distance here also requires a variance. There's just simply no room on the lot for anything, and as I said before, we would be here anyway, regardless of whatever type of system was proposed on this lot because of the available amount of soil, the distance or the separation medium that's necessary. This box mound allowed them to gain enough separation by piling soil higher on top of the 1.7 feet of depth that they found at that location. In terms of my reference in the resolution to the property down the street, let me get the right address.
Yep, the one where it encroaches, or the
On
license
Sylvan Street.
Yep.
That was simply provided as a reference to show that the city has granted a license to utilize a right-of-way in the past. I'm not making the comparison that lot on Sylvan is the same as this lot. This is just to show you that the city has done licensing of a right-of-way. We're asking for, or we provided the applicants a draft copy of a license agreement to use 1.7 feet to 0 feet of the city right-of-way for this construction. The terms are exactly the same as the terms that were in the license agreement for the property on Sylvan. So if the city needs to come through and improve the right-of-way, it would be the obligation of the applicant to move it. Also, if we were to bring sewer and water into this neighborhood, they would be required to remove that off of the property and connect to sewer and water. My other consideration when I was researching septic is there are some pumping requirements. I'm not certain that even if the septic area was not here and it was moved back a little deeper on the property, we would want a septic pumping truck sitting on east front, running a hose down the hill to pump a tank, but that's certainly a consideration. But ultimately, as I've said before, we'd be here for a variance regardless of what system was proposed on this site.
Can you indicate where the well is on that drawing?
Yes, let me pull that up. On this drawing,
Yes.
Glenn, I would have to compare, so the neighbor's well is not noted on this. This survey was just done for the applicant's property. They're proposing to put a well here at this corner of the house. They have to be 3 feet from a structure or an overhang of a structure. So they're probably trying to tuck that as close as they can in. One other item of information for you guys is that the city does not regulate wells, does not permit wells, does not test wells, does not have anything to do with wells. That's the Minnesota Department of Health. We don't permit that in any way. We don't regulate it. We don't check it. That's completely a different process. The city has nothing to do with that. So I will go back to the drawing that the former mayor referenced to show an approximate location of the well. As I've said, this drawing, to my knowledge, isn't 100% accurate, but you can see the proposed location here, the neighbor's well here. We're looking 105 feet to the corner of the house, plus 15 to their well. The requirement is 100, and this proposed distance is 60, and I believe the statutory requirement is at least 50.
Aaron?
Yes.
That isn't where the well's gonna be.
Let's maybe, let's get through this, and if we have questions of the
Yeah,
property
absolutely.
owner,
No
we'll
problem.
circle back.
I'm providing what was given in the
Yep,
application, so.
Yep, understand.
And again, I wasn't here when any of this came in, nor was this any of my area of responsibility or expertise. I am learning on the fly and providing all the research that I have done for you guys to make a decision. So I would, again, point out that I have some information on holding tanks. The state is saying that holding tanks should be utilized as a last resort. It talks about being a type 2 system, which requires a variance by our city code. It also obligates the setbacks 50 feet from domestic water supply, depending on the type, as well as taking into consideration the wetlands that are nearby. And then there's a small supplement here about the average cost and gallons and tank recommendations for those properties that aren't able to put in any other systems. So you can see if they were to put in a 1,000-gallon tank if there were approximately 200 gallons per day, just per use, that would be about 5 days worth of use to need to be pumped. So a couple weekends at the cabin and it'll be time to pump. So certainly bigger tanks are available, but this is the basic information that I was able to get my hands on, so.
If the holding tank was put in, would that still impede the driveway? Do you know?
Well, we would have to find a location that complies with the well, the neighboring well, and or the well that's gonna be put on this property, so that it is the proper distance. Also, there's a number of considerations when it comes to burying it into the soil, and where that high water or that watermark is, and I'm not a septic designer, so there are probably some considerations there as well.
So you haven't really looked to where the holding tank could go? If that was an
No, I
option.
have not, because without a mound, a holding tank has to have a variance hearing regardless. It's not an approved system without city approval.
Is that all the information?
I've got more, but I think that's enough for you guys to consider.
Thank you very much for the
And the
extensive
resolution, I'm
information.
open to making any corrections, additions. It was just a mere opportunity for you guys to have a baseline to
If
make
some
whatever
change.
recommendations you want to that basic information, so.
Certainly. Well, thank you very much for all the information. Thank you, everyone, for your input.
Wow.
Try to address and consider this information as we discuss. Yes, there's definitely a lot to go through here. I think it'd be fair to entertain a motion to discuss the item before having any motions.
Everybody's looking
I-
at me.
know,
I will make a motion to open up a discussion only for this item.
I'll second.
Motion and a second, all in favor for discussion, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none. Okay. Discussion. Anybody want to take the floor first?
Sure, I'd be happy to, with your permission, of
Please,
course.
do.
The way I'm looking at this, the mound is already built, and the holding tank and the lift tank are also already installed, correct?
To my knowledge, yes.
Okay. Regardless of whether or not we have to do a variance one way or the other, is it possible to remove the mound system and just use the existing new tanks that have been installed for the mound system? One is a 1,000-gallon tank and the other is 1,500, which would equal 2,500 gallons, which is good for like a small home, which this is. So my feeling is even if we had to do a variance, if we were to do that particular item, the only work that would need to be done, as far as I'm thinking, is the removal of the mound system. Is that correct? Is that not a possibility to do it that way instead of remove the mound system, remove the two holding tanks, and then start the process over and do a variance for a new holding tank?
To answer your question, Commissioner, hypothetically, I suppose so. I'm not a septic designer. I don't know what the requirements are with a holding tank by itself. I do know there's a built-in alarm system that has to work with a maintenance agreement that has to be filed, and there are a number of things. I don't want to make an assumption.
Yeah.
I think that's something that the city should consider. And, I mean, I'll let further discussion continue, but my feeling on this is, to table this item, to look at other options for a holding tank and not this mound system. I appreciate, you know, the fact that there's concerns about, you know, the view. And I know totally what you're talking about. My next door neighbor has a box system that they couldn't put in a mound system because their property was too small. And it's almost 6 feet in height. And oh my goodness, is that an eyesore? Did I not appreciate that? But nevertheless, I mean, I have a lot of concerns. Number one, I don't like the fact that it's on city property at all, period. I mean, I don't know if it's possible to make minor alterations to the mound system itself so that you could maybe cut off the corner or what have you in order to make it smaller. Again, like you say, I'm not a septic designer. But to me, I think there's definitely a lot of red flags on this particular item that, you know, should probably be reconsidered going forward. I know that Mr. Voss has suggested that the city should be on the hook for fixing the issue. My feeling is I agree with that, because it wasn't the fault of the homeowner or even the designer that put this together the way I'm feeling about it. And I understand that mistakes can be made, but this one, the ball was dropped. And I gotta tell you, when I heard about it, I was livid. I really was. But nevertheless, you know, we have some concerns about, you know, the driveway not being there. And so then, they're really gonna have to use, Coon Street in order to, get to their house, which to me, I think is really not a great option. I think if they're gonna use, you know, that road, which I know that they're currently using, if there was just a holding tank, I would have no problem with the holding tank or the truck coming by and using that Coons side street to get close enough in order to empty the tank if that's what's required.
To your point about the holding tank, if I may interrupt.
Yep.
That's not gonna give them driveway access off of East Front Boulevard either. They wouldn't be allowed to drive over a holding tank that's in the yard.
No,
No.
but to me, the holding tank would still be underground, and even though they couldn't drive over it, you can still walk through it. I mean,
We still have to address the
even
fact that
drive.
it doesn't have a driveway access then. That doesn't alleviate the problem. I'm just
right.
I'm just trying to give you additional information.
So then what do? Do we license them to use Coon Street
We
in order
could-
to access their property?
We could explore licensing them to use a sliver of Coon Street until they can get beyond the box mound and then obligate them to get back onto their property. So 10 feet, I mean, they have approximately 6 feet between the box and their property line.
Yep.
A typical driveway is 12 feet wide. It could be narrower, 11, 10. They make it 20 feet beyond the box and have to get back off of that licensed portion of Coon Street to access their property.
Can you bring up the same slide that the mayor, the former mayor, sorry, I'm so used to calling him the mayor.
The diagram
Mr. Voss had mentioned, do
this
we?
one?
No, not the picture, I'm talking about the diagram.
The inaccurate diagram.
Okay,
Thank you,
this one.
that one. So, again, if we were using those two holding tanks that are currently placed, it seems to me that there should be plenty of space to put a driveway on the, I believe that's the north side of the property, to actually put in a driveway.
Actually, the west side.
So to me, you know,
Oh, yeah.
I think that that's, you know, a possibility to make that happen. And it would also remove the, you know, the mound system from public property. And, again, I can appreciate that this, you know, the evil sight lines that the mound creates, but to me, that's not what we should be addressing here today, unfortunately. The other thing is, you know, I mean, the other thought is, you know, you could vacate Coon Street, but unfortunately, since you already have the sewer system in there that drains off into the lake, you couldn't put a mound system or even, you know, this box over there either, even if we license them to take over that property. So, to me, that's not really an option either. Those are my points. I'll open it back up and leave it for anybody else to comment.
And I would just, again, remind everybody, you know, again, tonight we're here to focus on, again, if we would allow a variance in this, and I know we've had these discussions in the past where, again, we all try to input ideas about what we think should, you know, and it is acceptable as well to, you know, not vote in favor of it and still, you know, pass it to city council to review as well, since they make the final decision as we are an advisory board. So just keep that in mind too, as we're theorizing and thinking about different solutions. We're not, and just as Aaron said, we're not septic designers. We're not here to debate that piece of it. So for an interest of time with everything else we still have on the schedule too, I want to make sure we give this its due diligence, but we stay within the focus of the variance as well. You know, my belief, I'll be upfront, I lived in front of this property for 10 years. Coon Street has always been the access point for this property, from what I could tell. There was never, in fact, actually, I'm pretty sure I had to mow it a handful of times, just to clean up the boulevard on the right of way to make it look decent, because it was, again, minimally occupied from time. And when there was vehicles, they were parked on Coon Street, which did impede some people from being able to access the lake at times. That's just for some history and some context. Yep, that right there, previous photo. So, and again, I don't want to contest my former neighbors. Again, I'm not saying that I would want to continue to look at this either. I'm in agreement on. I will say fresh wood looks cleaner than the stuff that was there prior in past. But again, I'm going back to the original intent of today's meeting for the variance. Yeah, I can't see that this would have been approved had it come before us before. I think this is something where we would have probably done similar, where we would have had a discussion at great length and tried to help come up with ideas to give back for point of reference, that they can go back to a designer to see what else is doable. Again, that's my feeling. Obviously it is a very narrow property, so again, to think about it having its own driveway access, again, it's hard to say, because again, it's never been even utilized or cleaned, and as you can see by the trees, it's, again, they were kept to access it from there, so it was negated, being everybody used Coon Street to access that property in the past. I know, like I said, my feelings are, I wouldn't have approved this coming forth, just seeing how it is. Again, I also respect that, again, the city made a mistake. I think we can stand behind that. I think everyone should own up to their mistakes when they happen. Yeah, I think unfortunately, I think this one needs to go either up to city council to make a ruling, or reach out or find out what the repercussions would be via city attorney, because although this does affect the neighborhood as well, it could also affect residents, and to what that financial obligation may be, I think does bear a little bit of weight in the discussion. But I think for my part, I couldn't see approving this variance at the time the way that it's coming forth to us right now, for
Well,
whatever that's worth.
like I said, the first time I drove by this, it was covered in snow. And so I thought, well, what can you do? It's there, nothing we can do about it. And then I, got all the information, started reading it, looked at the maps, how close it was to the property line. And I thought, no, something different has to be done. Today I drove by and knowing about the property line and the marker and everything, and I thought, we would have never approved this. And then I started thinking of ways to make it look pretty, but we can't do that.
Well, and it's not our
And we
position to tell
can't.
people to do that either.
It needs to be fixed. It needs to be done properly.
Yep.
Yeah.
I guess one other thing I will add again, and also
Yeah.
still living on this street, just on the other end of the block, and knowing that there are multiple holding tanks on the street. Some are cabin properties, some are full-time habitants, one of which is directly in front of my house, and monthly the holding tank is pumped. It is unsightly. The smell is not preferred, but it's a reality of the situation. Is it something I focus on all the time? No. Do the kids know when it happens? Yep. They're there and gone within, less than an hour. The dogs bark, it happens. I hate to say it's a reality of the situation. Again, knowing this property as well as I did, living across the street from it for a while, this very much was just, power only cabin. And for whatever the context and history is worth, that's my opinion on it. And I can't see we would have approved this variance at that time, so I can't approve a variance as it sits currently. And I'm not gonna recommend how we would do it otherwise, because like Aaron and Randy, I'm also not a sewer designer.
Right. In the number of years that I've been on the commission, maybe 5, 6, I don't know, I think that we really lean towards just kind of giving variances after the fact, if it's at all possible. But in this case, to me, it just seems like it needs to be fixed too. I'm really concerned about the driveway, not having any driveway there. And I mean, that's a big variance that we're asking, or that would have to be asked for also.
I don't know what the safety concerns may be, but if that Coon Street were not, if it were blocked, if a tree fell over it, or if anything made it inaccessible and you had to get a fire truck or ambulance, whatever there, it would be a not very great situation. And we would not have approved the variance. Sometimes we do, in those situations, grant one because of the uniqueness and whatnot. But you also, in those circumstances, don't have all the neighbors voicing negative opinions about having that there, because impacting the neighborhood is one of the considerations. So all the reasons presented seemed very sound. It wasn't like, whatever, sometimes when people don't like their neighbors and they have other agendas, but this was just sound reasoning. So I don't see, if we wouldn't approve it, given it coming for us without being built, and given the objections and such, I don't see how we could just give it a pass and say, let it go forward. So I think it needs to be reconsidered, whether that's, how that happens in our process, I'm not sure, but I think alternatives need to be looked at.
My turn. I'm pretty much in agreement with you guys. I do want to point out something in your background information that you put on here. Just out of curiosity, hypothetically, we go forward, we, deny the variance, and have to come up with a solution, and somebody's gonna have to pay for the solution. I'm reading in here about the, site visit that was conducted, and, it says, the city staff concluded that the site didn't match either the 2004 survey or the drawings submitted in the application. Does that say that the contractor deviated from the drawing that was presented, that was permitted, and thereby putting some sort of liability on them for this?
I will bring up the two items that I used for comparison for you to make your judgment based on that. This was the 2004 survey in the file that was included in the application.
Mm-hmm. And what about this was incorrect, if I can ask?
Well, so then if I, for instance, if I just point out,
yep.
Let me bounce to the next one so I can find a spot to compare. All right, 12 feet there. So this
this survey wasn't done for the sake of having a septic installed back in 2004.
No, this was probably in the file and used by the designer when they were looking at placing this. So their design shows here. Okay, so here's an inconsistency. Their design shows 33 feet from the center of the street for placement. Oops, sorry. This survey shows that East Front Boulevard was vacated and 30.37 feet were given back to the properties along that street. So that number, this distance should have been measured probably from the edge of the roadway to find the property line versus the center of the road. Now, I don't know if they measured or if they just used this as a diagram. I'm not 100% sure. Obviously, where this is placed, this box is actually, well, this where it says 26.63 right here, that's the front of the property line. They're showing 30 some feet there.
Sure, but that, like you said, that's from the center of the street.
When you have, from context from living in the neighborhood, I can tell you the center of the street is not the center of the right of way. Anywhere there's a curvature or even a straight line, it had been deviated when it went from a dirt road to a tarred road. And there's multiple spots on this, and we've had this come up with other properties on East Front Boulevard before about where that starts.
So then the new survey shows even more inconsistency. 26.50 across the front. 26.63. There's more distance there. Now I could attribute that to modern technology and GPS catching up and being more accurate than the old style of surveying, since this was done real recently compared to the other. We want to look at any other thing on this particular that shows inconsistencies.
Sure. I think my main point is really trying to find out what this what the drawing was that was submitted and what the difference is between the actual installation.
So Gabe, here's what was submitted.
Yep.
Here's where the box ended up.
So quite a large difference. Is that what I'm?
Yes.
Correct.
Okay.
Approximately 30 feet difference.
So are we like, I know we've been talking about the city taking
I don't think it's for us to decide
Sure.
who has fault here. I think
Sure.
it's just obvious to point out that there is multiple areas where
Right,
things could have been caught along the way from
sure,
a number of entities.
okay. Yeah,
That's my take on it.
yeah, as the owner had said, there'd been multiple inspections throughout the entire process.
Yep.
So, okay,
Yeah, and at no point are any of us saying that the homeowner, property owner,
Right.
you were being dubious in
Right.
it at all. Again, I can understand ignorance from a homeowner standpoint of just following through the process. Again, what's before us is a variance for the septic system, and we're being asked to look at this as if it was just coming before us. And the consensus I'm feeling from the committee is, or commission, that it would not have been approved at that time. And therefore, I don't think we could, but again, then we'll put that to a vote if there's a motion to approve or deny when discussion is ended.
thank you.
I'll make a motion to, that we recommend to the city council that they do not approve this
Denial.
variance, yeah.
So there's a motion to deny the variance. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, call for the vote. All in favor of the denial, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, the variance is denied. And again, does it still go before the council for
Yeah,
discussion?
your denial will go in front
Thank
of the
you.
city council for their decision.
Thank you for the
Absolutely.
clarification on that.
Yep.
So, and really, we wish you the best of luck in this and whatever we can do to help along the way. And thank everyone else for their words.
Well, and I'd like to add that too. I mean, this was a really long discussion, but it's a very important issue, so I think it was really worth the time for everyone's input on this.
Yes, thank you. So with that and with time, I do want to move along to item 6B, another public hearing for conditional use permit amendment for site expansion for A Blast Inc. at 21473 Johnson Street Northeast.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Classic Construction, Inc., on behalf of Our Family Holdings LLC, has submitted a application for an expansion to A Blast Incorporated, located at 21473 Johnson Street. In addition to A Blast, Our Family Holdings owns Corio City Coatings, I hope I pronounced that correctly, currently operating in Elk River. The proposal consists of adding an 80 by 58.8 warehouse and storage addition to their existing building. The proposed addition would house interior storage and be staging for products awaiting powder coating or for pickup. This property is zoned a B3 highway commercial business, which allows uses associated with general retail shopping. A Blast Incorporated was and is permitted to operate by a conditional use permit from 2004, which was approved November 17th of 2004. Within this conditional use permit, exterior storage is limited to essential business-related material only as a condition of the permit. An amendment to the original conditional use permit is required for the following reasons. The business is legal non-conforming, which means the business is legal because a conditional use permit issue has been previously approved. However, current city code does not allow for this type of business in the B3 Highway Commercial Business District. Therefore, it remains non-conforming. City Council has the authority to determine if a legal non-conforming use can be expanded. When a conditional use expands its footprint, an amendment to the conditional use permit original is required. The recommendation is for you guys to hold a public hearing and make a recommendation to the City Council approving a conditional use permit amendment with the conditions set forth in the provided resolution 2023-27.
Thank you, Aaron.
Bet.
All right, I will go ahead and open the public hearing. Anyone wishing to speak on item 6B tonight, please come forward to the podium, state your name and address for the record. seeing a long line standing up, I will go ahead and close the public hearing at this time. I would entertain a motion for discussion.
I'll make a motion to discuss the matter before we move further.
A second?
I'll second.
Oh, thank you. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All right, hearing none opposing, we are open for discussion. Anyone like to start on thoughts?
I'm not really sure why this is a non-conforming use, other than zoning says so, but I mean, in terms of the type of business and where it is, I don't see why it wouldn't make sense to have it there. Which informs my thought that the expansion seems reasonable for the business type and would be in keeping with the character of the area.
Aaron, from a city staff, or from city staff point of view, was there any areas of concerns that jumped out to you guys on this?
No, except for the large drainage ditch and utility easement on the east side of the property, which the applicant has satisfactorily addressed with the city engineer. That was realistically the only concern, that we wanted to make sure that they weren't placing the addition in the drainage and utility easement.
So they've been easily to work with and they've been
Yes.
complying?
Correct.
Based on history, have we had any complaints during the tenure of their CUP?
I have no documentation of the previous owner's conditional use permit history.
Sure.
Our family holdings is a new owner of this property and inherited this conditional use permit.
Sure.
Based on the use. We haven't had any complaints with the new owner.
Okay.
But isn't the business still, isn't it just an expansion of A-Blast, or is it a change of business too?
The intended use, I guess I don't want to misspeak. The applicant as well as the owner is here, but I believe they're going to relocate their powder coating business from Elk River to East Bethel.
Right, but
So they have one site.
Is that in addition to keeping the A-Blast?
Correct. They're still going to do sandblasting
Right.
and powder coating all under the same roof at this point. But the conditional use requirement for storage is really significant in this issue, because they're not allowed to have any exterior storage beyond what is essential for highway commercial business. Therefore, they're proposing this warehouse space to keep things stored indoors, which wouldn't violate the ordinance for storage in the business district.
Right. I was just pointing that out about the business being there, because any complaints, it isn't the change of ownership, but it's the business itself hasn't received any.
No,
complaints.
yeah, no complaints. Yeah.
Okay.
So if I'm understanding this correctly, currently the sandblasting is being done on the property, but now we're gonna be doing powder coating on the property? Is that correct?
My understanding, that's correct.
So we're adding a different type of business
Well,
than the
industry-wise,
sandblasting, correct?
industry-wise, sandblasting and powder coating, or sandblasting and painting go hand in hand.
I realize they're related, but you're still, it's still an addition to what was currently being done there, correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
Well, any further discussion, or?
I'm curious what you're getting at, as far as, changing the business essentially. Yes, they go hand in hand, but there's gonna be different things happening there. Sandblasting and spray paint are different. I get it, and are you concerned about,
Well, my only concern for that would be waste.
yeah,
Again, the applicant is here. If
Yeah,
you have
yeah.
questions regarding process, I'm sure he'd be more than happy to answer that for you. As is with the previous discussion, I'm not a sandblast or
Yeah, I'm
powder
not
coat guy
sure,
either.
I'm not sure that, you know, I mean, it would be a concern of mine, but I don't think that dealing with the waste from the powder coating, is necessarily under the city's purview. I could be wrong, but my understanding that would be like the MPCA or, you know, some other.
Yes, they'd be required to comply with all environmental
Correct.
concerns within the state.
Yep.
So, this variance is just about the, or the amendment rather, is just about the storage. Do you believe that they would have to make another amendment as far as combining the two businesses to bring, you know, powder coating in?
So they're asking for you to amend their current conditional use to allow for the powder coating and the warehouse expansion.
Okay, so it's
this
not
would
just.
cover that.
Okay, so it's not just storage, it's, okay.
If there's no further discussion, I will go ahead and make a motion to approve a resolution number 2023-28, approving the site plan review for the expansion of a legal non-conforming use at 21473 Johnson Street Northeast, East Bethel, PIN number 08-33-23-24-0006.
That's actually the second one.
I'm
We
sorry.
need to
Did
expand.
I
we need
get
to
ahead of
expand the
myself?
business first.
2-7.
We've got to expand so we can approve what it's going to look like. I can get you the number here, Andy.
Well, I was gonna say, I was
27.
looking for it, and that was what I had, so I.
2023-27 is the resolution for the amendment to the conditional use permit.
All right, I will amend my motion to be, I'm sorry, what was that number, 2023-27?
27.
Correct.
For the same property? Or do I need to go ahead and?
No, you are fine.
Review the whole 3-3, PIN number?
Per the conditions set forth by
Correct, thank you.
Yes, you're welcome. And there was a second I heard?
Yes.
Okay, great, thank you. All right, any further discussion with the motion? Hearing none, call for the vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries. This will also go before city council at the next available opportunity. And with that, moving right into item 3C.
Should be 6B, I believe.
Yeah, we still have to go back to the one that I had
Oh, I'm
mentioned.
sorry.
Yes. We
Still
still
need
need
the packet. Too many.
as-
I'm used to doing this digitally lately,
Yeah.
so
Me
paper
too.
is just throwing me way off.
Which I got ahead of.
to,
Upside
to,
down.
to save everyone time,
Thank you.
we just approved a conditional use permit application for the expansion of A Blast at 21473 Johnson Street. As a condition of an expansion to a conditional use permit is a site plan review. I have conducted the site plan review and I'm making the recommendation that prior to issuance of any building permits for construction, all city engineer requirements be met, and I would recommend approving the site plan review that is presented in your packet based on there is a resolution.
Resolution number 2023-28.
There you go.
So I will go ahead and make that motion for resolution number 2023-28, resolution approving the site plan review for the expansion of a legal non-conforming use at 21473 Johnson Street Northeast, East Bethel, PIN number 08-33-23-34-0006.
Well done.
I'll second.
Any motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none. Also moved. All right. Now I am all backwards.
Thanks for hanging out with us.
Thanks for staying.
Yes.
You made it.
Is it Choreo City, like a play on your first name, or? Curiosity.
Curiosity.
Still a play on the first name. Though. Got it.
Thank you,
Yes.
good luck.
All right, 1 minute to reboot, guys.
All right, 6C, I believe is where we are at now. And this is the public hearing for zoning code amendments.
Okay.
Page 6-9.
At the April 3rd, 2023 City Council meeting, council members Jim Smith and Tim Miller recommended amendments to various city codes which are contained within the zoning code. Council directed staff to route those amendments to the Planning Commission to hold a public hearing and provide recommendations. A draft version of the meeting minutes and the discussion has been provided for your review. Also the draft version of the proposed changes to the ordinance in red line form are also included. You are to hold a public hearing and make recommendations based on what is provided to the city council for amending the ordinances as proposed.
Great, at this time I'll open the public hearing. With next to no one left in the audience and running up to the podium, I'll go ahead and close the public hearing.
It's Alvin.
Elda, did you have anything you wanted to say? All right, public hearing is closed.
Mr. Chance Alvin.
I will go ahead and make a motion to open this up for discussion prior to motions. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
And we are discussing. All right. Do we want to take these one at a time? Anybody want to?
I would
jump right in?
recommend picking them off one at a time.
Yep.
Okay. Great. All right, zoning ordinance, let's start with A here, identification and upgrading of substandard sewage treatment facility.
So on that item, page 74 of your packet, the red line items are the items that are currently in code. The items, sentences added, the non-red lined items are the proposed changes.
So the strike through just indicates eliminate that.
Yep, that's what it
Okay.
is right now, and the
Yep.
proposal is to be what's not lined out.
Trying to read through this the first time. What is, we're omitting a whole bunch of words to simplify it. It almost, I don't see the
nothing-
intent changing. I just see the verbiage.
That, I think you're correct in that there
Okay.
really isn't any change here. I think I think the intent, if I'm interpreting this correctly, because it's not my words and this was not my
Yep.
my ordeal, is to make this more layman's,
Palpable
but
for
it's not
people.
changing anything.
Yep.
But
I don't.
Well,
Let's see.
I'll, do you mind if I
Please,
jump in
no, go right
for a
ahead.
moment? So, I'm just gonna kind of go down these a little bit, and I'll start with A. The original, it says systematically review existing records and determine which sewage treatment systems are potentially, substandard. And I think the intent, again, I hate to say that because I'm not a city council member, but it looks to me that they just want to have it, that the city will identify potential substandard sewage systems rather than a systematic review. In other words, the city going out and engaging the residents and looking for those systems that may be substandard. I kind of agree with that. I think that's not a bad change. As for B, I don't really see that there's much of a difference because it still says at the end that they will be encouraged to voluntarily upgrade their system if it is found to be substandard. So it's not, you know, there's no,
Change in
there's no
course of
demand
action.
here
Yeah.
that the city do anything. They're just requesting it from the property owners. The third one, C, is when a building permit or variance is requested. My only concern on this one is that, it says that if a property owner applies for a building permit or variance that affects the capacity of the sewage treatment system, yeah, it's not, to me, it's almost, it has a little bit of ambiguity to it, and what I mean by that is, when an owner applies for the building or variance that affects the capacities, they must have it evaluated. I mean, how do you, I mean, so it's for every permit, for every variance? I mean, there's no distinction, say for instance, oh, I'm gonna build a deck, right? And I want to, you know, put that on my house. Well, if the way I currently read this, that means then that the city could, and I'm not saying it should, because I think it's not really affecting the capacity of the sewage treatment system. But again, you know, it's ambiguous enough for me that, you know, it's not clear. I mean, I think if you just made a slight change that if a permit or variance that affects the capacity of the sewer treatment system, you know, being the addition of a bedroom or the addition of, you know,
Kitchen.
a kitchen, more living space, right?
Yep.
An add-on type of thing. So to me, that, just changing, you know, that where, you know, you're actually making a structural change to the original building would be appropriate. That's just my feeling on that particular piece. Do we want to address that now?
Well, I think if we're, again.
I mean,
putting
because that's
recommendation-
just talking about the one piece, right?
Yeah.
If I may,
Please.
Mr. Chair, septic design or septic upgrades are based on the number of bedroom capacity
Yeah.
of a home.
Believe
So
it or
if
not bathroom.
So but not a bathroom or a kitchen,
Yes.
it's per bedroom. That's how the MPCA evaluates the size requirements of a septic system.
Right.
So in this case, if they were to come in and apply for a deck permit, we're not touching their septic system.
Right.
It has
Currently,
nothing to do with it. Currently, we are not.
Mhm.
It just has to do with anything to do with the septic system
When the
itself
MPCA
or
kicks
increased
in.
in capacity. Like
Yeah.
they put an addition on the house and they put a family room and a bedroom. The capacity needs to change, or it needs to be evaluated to determine if the capacity needs to change.
Right.
I
It
think
seems-
that's what the proposed change is getting at, is they're trying to avoid the mislanguage in permits. For instance, a resident comes in and wants to re-roof their house. Well, the city's not gonna go out and evaluate their septic system just because they applied for a roofing permit.
Right.
exactly, it is not
Right.
clear on the old,
So-
on the
so-
old wording.
so
I
that's
like
the attempt to
new-
change is to clarify that
Yep.
from that point of view.
Mhm.
That's my understanding.
I guess the one concern I have is back at A, and it's right in the beginning, that systematic review existing records versus city will identify potentially substandard sewage treatment systems. I'm wondering what the original intent of systematic review for the existing records is in comparison to just the city will identify, I wonder, is that trying to, let's say, release some liability back at the city for not, let's just say, picking on an individual homeowner, because this would give the city the ability to say, well, we can just look and see, so we did, and we're picking on you, as opposed to this, our process is a systematic review, here's where we can show we've systematically reviewed them.
I can tell you how the current system works. The city of East Bethel doesn't have the staff to systematically review much of anything at this point.
Sure.
And we rely on qualified septic designers and septic pumpers who show up at your house when you call for a pump to provide us a report which shows that there's something broken, something that needs to be fixed, or an upgrade needs to be done. We then get that report on a monthly basis from XYZ company, which shows that there's a deficiency. We generate a letter describing the deficiency. We provide them with a copy of the report. I would venture to say that about 80% of the time they already know that something's coming because they've been notified by their septic pumping company that something needs to be repaired.
Yeah.
There are occasional cases where a neighbor will call and complain that there's gray water running out on the front lawn. And in that case, we would go out and do an inspection to confirm the complaint, and then it would generate a letter telling them that they have to repair their system within 90 days because of the type of violation that's happening. Now, on the other hand, the ones that come into us from the septic companies, the homeowner can continue to operate that system even though it's broken, as long as it's not spilling sewage out onto the front lawn or down the street or whatever, and they're not obligated to fix it unless they're in a shoreland overlay district. Because obviously there are environmental concerns with a broken system on the beach, or a broken system on the creek, or any one of those.
Access to running water.
Right, and that is a state obligation.
Yep.
Right.
Or when they go to sell the house.
Then there's
Then it has to
then a change of ownership also triggers a compliance inspection, and if there is a deficiency, it has to be corrected, or an escrow has to be set up so that the new owner has a guarantee that it's gonna get repaired. That would generate a letter as well to the previous owner that there's a septic problem. Again, they likely know it's coming already at this point.
So to speak plainly to this then, from your position on these three changes, does this improve or not? Like, do these changes improve how city staff approaches these things?
To reiterate what you said,
Does
it's
this make-
just
does this make
simplifying
staff-
language. It doesn't change what we currently do.
Okay, so it doesn't make your job easier or harder on either way.
I mean, rewriting city code is additional work, but yes,
Yeah.
it doesn't change the
Yeah.
day-to-day function.
Outside of the day-to-day, or outside of the busy work of having to make said change, but beyond that,
No change.
none of this language changes how the city would continue to operate or how it would be affected.
That's correct.
Can I interject here? And I want to go back to the minutes that were brought up. They were also noted in here on page 70. Just kind of going over what council members were discussing regarding, I'm just going to dive into it. Right off the bat, Smith stated the reason he brought this up was because he was reading an older ordinance, and the way it read was that if a resident wants to do something, they had to pull a permit. And a lot of people who worked on their own homes, they either did not know, or even if they did know, were not interested in pulling a permit. And a lot of that verbiage goes on about to make it easier to have people not afraid to pull a permit. But then I go in and I notice a distinct change in C where, even one word where it said when a building permit or variance is requested to if a property owner applies for a building permit or variance. It seems like maybe it isn't necessarily just simplifying text to, alleviate a homeowner's mind when it's time to pull a permit. It's almost opening up a window to, nope, you can just You don't have to pull a permit to do work. So I'm, you know, being a licensed electrical contractor, that's something that concerns me. So, and again, the intent of this, you know, I understand people work on their own homes, but there's a reason there's professional contractors too. And I think maybe that has something to do with this.
Right, but this applies only to sewage treatments?
Right, and so, again, with the minutes saying, so for instance, you pull a permit for that expansion, the addition, whatever it might be, that's when the sewage treatment needs to be addressed. And so now, if a homeowner wants to add a bedroom, change the layout, whatever, and it's supposed to be permitted work now, knowing that you would have to go down this trail, you know, I feel like this dissuades, at least what I believe to be the proper course of action, just to, you know, not have to go through the actual current legal process, you know, such as getting the potentially substandard septic system looked at.
But the if in the sentence apply refers to if the permit affects capacity. It's not if they pull a permit, like that they can or cannot pull a permit. It's if the pulling of the permit affects capacity of the sewage system.
Sure. Okay, so you're saying if they do pull a permit to do an addition, do a remodel, change the layout, this would just negate the need to even touch the septic system?
If it didn't affect capacity.
If it's,
But again, none of this changes how it currently operates. It's
Sure.
a simplification of terms, which to me is
Yeah.
splitting hairs. To be
Yeah,
honest,
yeah.
I don't see a need to change them. If it's not changing anything,
Mhm.
why go through the
So-
motions of changing anything?
So unless you're a licensed septic designer with the state of Minnesota, you can't make alterations to a septic system.
Yeah.
So if someone comes in with a building plan to put an addition on a home that's adding a bedroom, we would automatically review the size of the septic system to determine whether it could potentially meet the capacity or not. And if it does not, we would return the permit back to, or ask the applicant to provide us a plan from a certified septic
Mhm.
installer designer to show that their system can handle an additional bedroom.
Yep.
Sure.
If that clarifies.
And yeah, I mean, going back to the minutes and the example, and again, knowing that it's not actually changing anything.
Yeah.
Like I said, to me, it seems like a practice in just busy work to a certain extent, but again, if it's not going to actually do anything, why go through the process?
Yeah.
And if there are homeowners who are confused by it, as they should be, reaching out to the city to find out valid information on that, as opposed to, I think by actually making it into a simplified term, I think you do open it up to more people's interpretation
Yeah.
and go, well, I think it's like this, well, I think it's like that, and then there's less chance that they're actually going to come to the city to find out what they should or shouldn't be doing because they took their own interpretation as opposed to what's currently there. But again, that's my opinion of it. Do we want to keep going on that, or do you want to move on to item B?
Is this just for instruction only, or are we supposed to make a motion and forward these recommendations to?
The council is just looking for your input, feedback.
Just
and/or
input.
Public feedback.
So
on-
this is
on
for
the
discussion
proposal.
only?
Yep, on the proposal.
We
Okay.
were required to have a public hearing because it's an opening of the ordinances.
No,
So-
that's fine, I just wanna make sure that, that it is only a discussion item rather than something that needed to be acted upon.
Now, if you guys collectively decide you would recommend striking a line through a sentence or a certain word and replace it with something, I can bring those recommendations to the council.
Well, for me, I think, I do have a change, and it's on item C again. It says, if a property owner applies for a building permit, I would like to remove if a property owner applies. when a building permit or variance that affects the capacity of the sewage treatment system, they must have it evaluated. If the system is substandard, they must upgrade it before the permit or variance is issued. I'm striking if a property owner applies, and replacing it when a building permit or variance that affects the capacity. And the reason why I say that is it's maybe semantics, but it's usually not the property owner who is making the application. Usually it's the contractor. I mean, if somebody wanted to read this legally, you could say, well, it wasn't the property owner who asked for the permit. I realize I'm splitting hairs, but to me, it should reflect
No, I think you're absolutely right on that.
the intent of what we're trying to do with the changing of this particular ordinance.
For me, the word if makes it sound like they have a choice.
The
You
if
know,
refers
You
to,
can pull a permit or not pull a permit.
Well, it's not an if, it's
Yeah,
it's
It's a
when.
when, yeah.
Yeah,
right?
it's when.
Yeah.
And that, and again, I know it probably beat the dead horse to death.
Yeah.
This is why I go back to why change, why go through the process of changing it all and open ourselves up to another interpretation or a difference of interpretation
Yeah.
if it's really not changing anything. That's, again, I know I'm kind of a stickler on that, I just don't
I
see
do,
it.
I do see, D was completely added. And that's actually something,
Oh,
I
that
mean,
was added.
worth considering if none of the other changes at least, are recommendable. D, I think, kind of stands out as something to help the homeowners as they go. Like, the city will much easier, have an easier time finding these grants or even knowing about them. So I do like the sound of keeping D as far as a change. The other stuff I also feel is, it seems, why change it?
A lot of information. What recommendation would you like me to provide?
Planning and zoning had mixed, no. No.
I don't have a problem either with, as it was stated before, or as these changes are made. The advantage to the changes made to me is just making it easier to read for people that have a gazillion pages of ordinances to have to go through.
Well, do we wanna?
Should we make a recommendation that we
I guess.
like the wording, although it sounds like most people want to put a when instead of an if?
And
Right.
I'd also like to remove the property owner.
True.
Just on that one, I think it's fine in B.
You do need an actual coherent sentence,
Yes.
though, because just removing that won't make the
Make it
sentence
passive.
work.
Well, to me, when a building permit or variance,
Is applied
Then you need
for.
to add.
okay, so striking if a property owner applies for, and exchanging that for when.
Mhm. Okay, then you need to add some language to make the sentence work.
I see what he's saying.
When a
you know.
building permit is applied for,
Yeah, after variance
variance.
is applied for.
yeah.
But you want to stick specifically when it affects the capacity of a subsurface
Yeah.
sewage treatment system.
Which goes
don't-
back to the
Yeah.
original
You don't want
paragraph
to-
at this point of what we're already
You
saying.
don't want
Right.
to split hairs and leave it open to the fact that if I apply for a roofing permit, I think the city's going to make me upgrade my sewer system.
That's the big thing.
That's the,
Right,
you need to make it clear that that's not the case.
sure.
I'm in favor of not changing A, B, or C, but adding D. But that's my recommendation, but.
I do see what you're getting at, Randy. If we do keep that changed C, and I understand what you're saying, Aaron, about making the, specific change about when it affects the capacity. you know, like you were saying about the deck, like the first interpretation seems like you could just, oh, you're pulling a permit, let's look at your, you know,
Exactly.
Right.
septic system. So I think, yeah, I think C with Randy's modification is what I would recommend.
I guess I challenge that a little bit because it is in the beginning of C, right at the end of the first line, with a potential substandard system. But, unless I misheard you. Isn't that what you were saying?
I think it's just the fact that their revised edition mentions that if it affects the capacity of it. So whether or not it's substandard, if it is going to affect its capacity, then it'll have to be evaluated.
Okay.
Glenn, you had a concern about the verbiage that I am putting in there. What change do you think needs to be done to make it a sentence
After
that
the
you
word
think is
variance-
proper?
After the word variance, then just add is applied for.
Yeah. When a building permit or variance is applied for that affects the capacity of the sewage treatment system.
I'm okay with that.
Sounds like you have a majority with that, Aaron.
I've got it all scratched
Yes.
down.
Okay.
Let's hope it comes out the same on the other end.
There's a little grammar there too, but whatever.
Again, this is, you know, a revision to a proposal, so.
Yeah, which
It
is-
might not end in this final form
Yep.
either, so.
Yep.
Okay.
Like I said, these are just recommendations back to city council of them asking us to review it.
Moving on.
Item B, zoning section 2.8, architectural standards.
Again, this one is wherever you see a red line change is the proposal. Some of this wasn't affected at all by any of the recommendations. And in fact, I think it's just item 5 has a strike through to just remove.
What page are we on?
78.
Sorry.
Yeah.
This one was, this is our, has to do with agricultural storage, I believe. The A zone is agricultural.
Mhm.
So the language there is allowing for storage purposes, structures, mobile or temporary, to be used for storage.
So this does change things then.
Mm-hmm.
This would mean a property owner along Highway 65 could put up a pole barn and store whatever they want on it right off the.
Well, this is,
No, the only
this is only in the
temporary-
agricultural zone. Only changes in the agricultural zone on this particular ordinance.
This one.
Yeah.
Okay.
And we're not talking about a pole barn because it says specifically structures of a mobile
Right.
or temporary or recreational nature.
Okay. I'm
So
mixing
for
up
instance,
the-
I can't take my RV and store all my junk in it.
Yep, sorry,
Or-
I'm getting ahead of myself, I'm thinking.
No,
the
but a
detail,
grain cart
but-
could hold seed overnight sitting in a farmyard,
Yeah,
right? That would technically be storage, and it's mobile. So I
Mhm.
think that's the intent. There wasn't a lot of feedback given on the proposed changes. There weren't any questions, and it was just a work session discussion. So,
Yep.
but it is open to recommendation. Clearly, this is again, this is only addressing structures of mobile or temporary or recreational nature in an agricultural zone.
And this is something I actually do have some expertise in. And I think really what the intent here, or at least I've heard about it, is that we're talking about buildings like our high tunnels, which
Okay.
are actually mobile.
Oh, they are.
I mean, yeah, they're not permanent structures. And so what the city does not want people to do is to put up high tunnels and use it for storage, you know, and this is discussions I've had with one of the previous planners for the city. So anyways, if you're just wondering, that's really what it is. It's about storage in a building like that, or,
Oh, thank you for the context, that's good to know.
so if it's important to you, you keep it, and if it isn't, you can drop it.
I think the fact that, you know, we still have does not adversely affect surrounding properties, you know, what they put inside their temporary structure, they can store whatever, I mean.
I had gotten ahead of myself. I was thinking the detached accessory structures when I made my comment about the highway area.
Right.
So I forgot this one was on the agriculture only.
I mean, I'll just say personally, I kind of like to drop it because we do have, well, we're not agricultural, but let's say we were. You know, we do store things in our high tunnels over the winter. So it's important to have it there.
Good. I don't have any opposition
Nope.
to that.
Moving on.
Yes, sir.
All right, C, zoning section 14, detached accessory structures.
In 14 or are you in 24?
24.
We're going down A, B, C,
And you're in
from page 70, the ordinance amendments.
70.
You mean 80?
We're on
Yeah,
page
We
well,
just
eight.
covered 14.
I'm
section
up to
14.
exterior storage. Is that not where we're at this point?
Yes, we should be in section, item 4.
Page 80 is what I'm seeing.
Okay, 80.
So basically, it's about the height of storage units.
Well, if I remember, the discussion about this was that the storage height, not necessarily with storage units, but like the rear yard of a industrial business. As you can see, item 3 there, they were not allowed to stack or store items over 12 feet in height. For instance, I can think of a couple of businesses that have storage racks that are already over 12 feet in height, and our ordinance enforcement is based on complaints, and we haven't had any complaints, so we don't necessarily want to open that if we don't need to. But if you think of maybe an excavator or something with a boom that the excavator isn't any higher than a 12-foot fence, but the boom sticks up over the top. So we've got front-end loaders that are 20 feet in height to the top of the cab from the wheels, and so that 12-foot limit is what was one of the concerns of the conversations. So item 2, that's again open for discussion. That is an item that previous councils or previous planning commissions in a comprehensive plan had worked into desirable aesthetic in certain districts within the city. So also, if you'll notice, item 4 has B3 added. B3 is our highway commercial district. If you look on page 81, all of the requirements for exterior storage on the B3 district have been scratched, and the proposal is that they match the restrictions in the industrial district. So we would essentially eliminate 5, and B3 and the industrial would be combined into one, providing for the same obligations or requirements or restrictions for storage.
So would 4 say I district and B3 then storage?
That's the proposal, correct?
Okay.
So I'm really concerned about number 2, which is the maximum amount of exterior storage cannot exceed the square footage of the principal building. I'm really not in favor of scratching that particular piece. And if all of you are not familiar, I will just bring up a company called CST. And this was one of the things that we were using to try to limit the idea of having that type of business go into East Bethel. And
Into that
if you,
zone in East Bethel. To just be
yes,
clear.
but the point being is that, you know, if you're not gonna have any restriction at all, and that's kind of the way I'm reading this unless I'm mistaken, is that somebody could own 20 acres, have a 500 square foot building, and the other 19 acres as exterior storage. I have a real problem with that. And, you know, one of the reasons that we wanted to limit the exterior storage was for issues like CST. And, you know, we already have, you pull our parts. We've already got, I can't remember the name of the, you know, the wood place. Rivards, thank you.
Yep.
And there's other places as well that, you know, car dealerships where literally they've got a shack and then they would put all these used cars out there. And so, you know, one of the things that you know, and let's not even talk about the appliance recycler down on Highway 65 that we've had issues with for years. And so the idea behind it was that we were trying to up the standards of the type of businesses that were being built in East Bethel. And because otherwise, you know, you're gonna have car dealerships and junkyards and recycle places all the way up and down the business district. At least that's my feeling, because we had you know, quite a few people who had that interest, you know, to put in a business that, you know, they just wanted to put up a little building and then have lots of exterior storage. So my feeling is I would like to leave it the way it is. I would understand if you want to expand that, but you're still going to have, my feeling is you still should have a limit as to how much exterior storage you're going to allow for a business that's coming into East Bethel, because otherwise, you have to present a reason to deny a business from coming in and just building what they want, unless you want to go into, you know, legal issues with that company saying, hey, you know, you don't have anything that says that we can't do this, so we're going to go ahead and do it, and if you try to stop us, we're going to take you to court. Again, I don't think that's, you know, the main likeliness of happening, but I still think it's a concern that we keep
this helps
some
give us
form of square footage.
And this helps give the city control when these things come before us. I'm in agreement with everything you're saying. I'm just
Correct.
adding to it if I can.
Correct.
So.
No, that's fine.
But if somebody comes in and says that, couldn't they just point to all the other businesses we have right now that have a lot of storage and not such a big building?
Sure.
Say it's
So
discriminatory.
Sure. So it's, you know, what we colloquially call the grandfather clause. So if there's a company that already is not in compliance, right, then you can't really tell them to go away. They're allowed to continue that use until either the property is sold or there's a change in the usage of the property.
So I can see somewhat of the need of getting rid of this with Aaron talking about some of the big machines that are required for some of these businesses. And I hear what you're saying about, you know, perhaps we can just increase what's provided. I mean, how feasible of a idea is that? Can we explore that option? You know, a percentage, you know, no more than 150%, 200% of the square footage of the building, you know, just to allow more freedom, but not totally pull it off, you know. and let whoever come in and say,
I think you end up running into problems down the road by doing that, because then someone could come in with, okay, well, I can't operate my business in this spot because I need X square feet to do
Mhm.
this, and you only allow there, and because of this percentage, I'm stuck at this,
sure,
as opposed to more the blanket statement of it's not gonna exceed. And again, we have to remember, we're talking about the industrial district
mhm,
to begin with too, where most industrial businesses are going to be in an industrial building and warehouse as well. And when you start adding this exterior storage, again, you can have this small shop
mhm.
and whatever you want on the outside.
Right,
So
but
percentage
then-
wise can start to get iffy depending on what you're talking about. If it's lot size, if it's based on square footage and percentage of that.
Right. But I mean, right now, it's just exactly what the square footage of the principal building is. And so what I'm recommending is, increase that to cannot exceed 200, just ballpark and whatever,
Twice or
200% of the square footage of the principal building. So it's it's not allowing that, per se, like you got a tiny little hut and now you can, it's not based on the lot size still, it's still the principal building. I mean, just for the sake of what was their intent, can we meet that, without taking the reins off completely?
Not to change it, I have a problem with adding B3 in this, but we can circle to that in here in a minute. But I don't know, I'm okay removing the 12 feet in height. I get that makes sense, that's a reasonable thing. I just don't see, for the industrial, again, just keeping in mind, just in an industrial
Yeah.
park or industrial area, again, I'm not saying we're gonna be Brooklyn Park, but I picture driving, is it 95 or something like that, or 96, where it is just an industrial park, and it is big industrial buildings, and there is not much for exterior storage at all. Almost everything is in their building, and usually an industrial building has plenty of square footage. So that's, again, my thought when just narrowing in on the fact that this is for the industrial district.
Sure. Is it
Prob-
even necessary?
Correct.
Yeah.
Now, if there's a different area and where we want to put something, then it makes sense to have more square footage, fine. If I can move from that point quickly,
Yep.
though, I would strike the and B3, because I think it's negating, or it ends up removing big chunks. I mean, most of the, A is about the same as what's in 4. B is close, but it really is removing the last sentence of B, saying screening to be achieved through a combination of masonry walls, fencing, berming, and landscaping. And from what I'm recalling from when we went through the comp plan the last time, we want that in the B3 to help with the industrial standards, to have, or to help create a uniform look, instead of everybody doing just whatever they want, and then we don't have those standards. And that's one of those small pieces of control that we do have in dealing with developers and landowners as they want to move forward. So if we're removing that kind of, again, doesn't allow that piece, if that makes sense.
How would we be removing that if we're moving B3 to section 4?
Because it's not, when you follow the sentence about the screening piece of it, it just stops at the division of the barrier, which is the same sentence in B, but it removes the last sentence piece of it about to be achieved through a combination of masonry walls, fencing, berming, and landscaping. And I thought that was in B3 specifically, because if and when those areas develop, we want to have some design standards.
But that's
in it.
just turn to 1. B1 says the same thing.
Oh,
It's
you're
just a
right.
new
I missed
sentence.
that. You're right. I missed that piece. And where I was more concerned was, because then it looks like it's missing all of C. Oh, no, there's 2, 3, 4, parking. I didn't see it carrying the next page.
See, this is, to me, it's just cleaning up. It's the same controls are in there, it's just in one, it's just not duplicating it in another separate section and there may
But
be
you
some-
start taking out things like parking, semi-trucks, trailers cannot be considered parked outside storage. That's now gonna allow that by removing this out of the B3. Again, there's different terminology up there, but it's, to me, again, I don't see this as being practical changes, because if it's not really changing anything, why are we changing it? Why are we condensing it if it's already in there and there's not a point to make changes for something that's just already there, and it's specifically for that district?
I think the intent was they spent, whoever did this was spending a bunch of time going through all this and trying to figure out where are we being redundant? Could we condense it so that it's not as confusing to try and go through all this? Because it's just like regulation after regulation, but if it's codified into something a little cleaner and shorter, then it doesn't seem as overwhelming.
But if we ever wanna change something in a specific district, wouldn't we have to then re-break it B3 back out?
Essentially, once an ordinance is in place, and business moves to town and is in compliance with the code, and future commissions and council decide to attempt to change the standard for aesthetics, compliance, whatever reason we would want to change it, and we would want to go back to a more strict standard, those businesses allowed to come in and or reach that lighter standard, we can't make them then comply with, which is the grandfathering in or existing non-conforming. So those are always considerations when you're making ordinance changes, regardless of whether it's about storage or color of whatever and architectural standards and chickens or no chicken. Like it's always a consideration when you make an ordinance change.
Yep, and that's what I'm trying to prevent here with a lot of this. Again, I don't see the need to make a change if there's not really a problem with it, other than just trying to condense it. It's already here, the work has already been done. Why go through the practice of changing things or condensing them if it's not really changing it? It's also not really simplifying it either. If anything, it's gonna make it more complex down the road, and when you do make these changes, like Aaron just kind of pointed out, we could potentially open ourselves up to something that we didn't want as a result of change when we didn't need to make said change.
And granted, when these ordinances were decided upon and passed, I'm sure there was not agreement on the strictness of some of the standards, and or someone probably thought it should have been even more restrictive, and yet that didn't make it in. So there always has to be room for adjustment, if you will. When your community standard changes, if you will, you might need to look at amending something so that it can be achieved. Now, if you want to maintain a certain level of aesthetic, if you want to maintain a certain level of flow or lot setup or berming or trees or whatever, then you can do that by not altering ordinances and sticking to that plan for a extended period of time. As those lots fill up, they all stay in compliance with that defined standard, and that's how you achieve that look. That's what city planning is all about.
As to the why do this, if we're gonna change the exterior storage height, you're gonna have to change things anyway. I mean, if it was just only, why do we want to get rid of the B3 and put in a B1 or add it to I? But it's not the only thing that we're looking at changing. So if there's going to be changes anyway, why not do this simplification?
Because I think in the future, it's gonna hinder us by not having the separate districts under different items, which seems what majority of this is. I'm trying to go through it. If this is what, city council wants, this is going through the practice, and, again, if we're going to, then yes, these are some of the things I'm agreeable to from my perspective, and again, I'm just one one voice, but I just really, I have a hard time making change just to change, and don't get me wrong, I have zero issue with change. It just needs to make sense.
Right.
And, yes, if we're gonna open some things, great, okay, again, it makes sense to, have the exterior storage not exceeding 12 feet in height. Again, while we're here, that makes sense, but majority of this to me doesn't. I'm just, again, that's my opinion. Again, we all have
I've got
ours. But
two items in response. I don't want to belabor
please.
anything. One thought would be that not only do I own space horizontally, but I also own space vertically, and if I can stack something taller, that means I don't need as much reach. One hypothetical. The other is if I get as much reach as I want in both directions, I'm just going to fill it up. That's a whole nother concept. In the proposed changes, it doesn't change anything. All of our light industrial, light business, highway commercial, storage is all part of a conditional use permit. We all know the conditional use permit process is by application, and we can define the terms of conditional use for storage. So for instance, a proposal comes in for a conditional use to have your hypothetical, Randy, of a 500 square foot office or whatever on 19 or 20 acres. Well, the conditional use can be defined so that it doesn't allow for 19 acres of storage. It can be reduced in the terms of the conditional use permit. So that conditional use clause has not been removed on any one of these zones. And if that is something that you are interested in delving a little deeper into, this A under 4, so 4A, if you were to combine industrial and B3, in the first sentence, I would recommend exterior storage is permitted in the industrial 1 and B3 districts as a conditional use. That then permits or obligates everyone applying for a business with storage to come in for a conditional use, where you can regulate to some degree what's allowable through the public hearing process, the application process, the defining of terms, if you will.
Sure.
But if the language of the restrictions doesn't restrict something, can we not allow it as a conditional use?
You can name whatever condition you want in a conditional use permit.
I think that's true, but then it remains an ambiguous number.
Again, I'm
And
just
so
throwing
therefore, I think you get into the problem of precedence, which is, company A, like you say, says, okay, you can have 19 acres of storage. Company B comes along and you say, well, gee, you can only have 1 acre of storage with the same type of property. I think they would have a case, even though like you say, it's a cup, that you're opening the door for them to say, hey, wait a minute, you're not being fair to everyone by just giving your favoritism to this company rather than to all companies. And so, to me, it should be, either define it or not. Even though, you can change the conditions of the use on each individual piece, I still think that there should be an expectation.
Yeah, consistency.
Yep. Creating precedents, which is.
I just wanted to point that out, that ability to restrict is still in there. It hasn't been removed.
Sure.
So to some degree you can control.
The only thing I see that I'm at least somewhat in favor of changing here is the height restriction. I mean, you're only gonna stack as high as is reasonable and safe. I mean, as far as everything else, it seems like, why?
Well, let me, I'm sorry.
Please, I was just gonna say, I agree that, the why, but that's.
I'm fine with that too. My only question on that would be, do you want to have the exterior storage not be stacked higher than
A certain height?
a certain height? And the reason why I say that is
Yep.
because, like the example that was said earlier, you've got a boom truck that's over 12 feet, right? But being on the property, you're not stacking that on top of other things. In other words, you're not building shelves
Right.
that are over a certain height that you can
So-
just go ahead and stack all these boxes or whatever it is that you're
So like a 30.
going vertical.
Yeah, if your building is 30 feet tall on a commercial piece of property and you're stuck to a 12-foot out exterior rack, that doesn't make sense, so, yeah, I mean.
So your zoning code defines the height of the structure allowable in each zone,
Right.
which is 30 feet. So if you want to have your exterior storage height match the height of the allowable structure based on zoning code, you're not really changing sight lines. If the exterior storage is in the back of a building that's 30 feet tall and you permit 30-foot storage, you're still not gonna see it from the front of the building.
Yeah.
Just, the standard is in there.
Yep.
So you wouldn't have to define a number at this point because zoning code already says a building can't exceed three stories or 30 feet.
Yep.
Just an easy solution, so we don't have to discuss what potential heights could be. And you could say not to exceed permitted height or something if that was a
To me, that
reasonable solution.
To me, that makes sense.
Me too.
On that piece, like I said, otherwise everything else I'm seeing here in this item, I don't agree with scratching, but.
So then the only thing, trying to put this to bed a little bit,
Please.
Yeah.
are we all in agreement that, the only thing that we're thinking about changing is the height requirement? Or
I'd agree.
or are we all on different pages here?
I
do
think
agree
that's the
on that.
consensus of the
Yeah.
group.
I think we have
So-
a consensus.
So
then.
we'd
Okay.
strike that, because if we're not consolidating I and B3, we'd have to strike it from both. Because
Yes.
it's separated,
Correct.
so strike it
Yes.
from
You
both.
are absolutely correct in that,
Yes.
Okay.
yes. So. Thank you for the consensus. All right. Architectural standards, page 83. Let's see here. Scratching mixed use, B1, B2, B3, non-residential.
So does that broaden it then? If we're taking off the description of, mixed use, B1, B2, B3, and non-residential uses, I mean,
So this was what was proposed. I see that in A, mixed use, limited business, and non-residential were moved into building design requirements in A, eliminating that header, if you will.
sure, it doesn't need to be there.
From the code
Yes,
is
got it.
what I hypothesize. It's very similar language.
Mhm.
It was just moved from there to there.
Is this just condensing language, or are there any significant changes?
There are some changes. The changes are in terms of allowable material for the exterior of buildings. And I think there were some requirements scratched for percentage of glass required in a B3 zone. In some of our zones, we have a standard of the 20% of the facade facing the public right-of-way needs to be glass. So some of those changes have been striked out.
And if I remember correct, and I think another one in here too, the architecturally enhanced precast in place panel architectural concrete combination with other permitted materials, steel siding and other comparable superior materials approved by city council. Again, that, to me, that opens up the type of building again, back into some of these areas, and I'll go back to my earlier statement again about, again, having some control with what comes in and how it's going to look, so there is some uniformity, again, going back to when we opened up the code the last 2 times. And I'm pretty sure the conversation was had that this is not out of the ordinary language or design standards for what we were looking for in these districts with what neighboring cities as well. So I don't see why we want to remove some of this as well as add the other building types. Again, I think it ends up removing some of our architectural standards and therefore some of our ability to create a uniform look going through the city. But again, that's my impression from past reviews of these items.
I don't find a lot of merit to a uniform look going through the city, in my personal taste. I mean, I do like standards that prevent things that are not good, but the most interesting neighborhoods that I walk through are where every house is different and has actual some sense of the personality of the owner, rather than just everything looking like a cookie cutout of variations on the same thing.
But we're not talking so much about the residential as we are the business and the highway corridor.
Right, but if all these businesses look the same, why is that desirable?
I guess to me, having I'm not saying that they all have to be identical, but to have similar architectural standards makes at least look, okay, to give a very generic term here, you're looking at a house that's, got, 6 different colors on the face of it. As you're driving through the city, here's a purple building, it keeps changing so fast that all of a sudden I don't want to say an eyesore, but it's not a uniform look. It doesn't look like it's all together, that it was planned to look like a whole every time we keep adding a piece, or every time you start with that 500 square foot building and then they decide to add on to it and add on to it and add on to it and add on to it, and they keep doing it in a different design every time they add on to it, and now you have Franken building.
But most of this is, we're talking about industrial, light industrial areas, and some of these things actually do make a difference for a business owner like us. When we resurfaced our barn and put up a pole barn, I mean, there were picky little things in here where we had to have like a line across, because it was an architectural standard, we had to have like three different things, yeah. And we had actually designed that, but anyway, but if we didn't want that, it would have cost us like $10,000 more to do it. And I think that's a burden for business owners, that they want their places to look good. And I think that this really does restrict what business owners can do with their own buildings.
You think it does restrict what they're allowed to do?
I think the code as it's written, especially this C here.
You mean currently, or with these changes?
Currently. And so I'm saying it's good to strike on page 85, C. Yeah, especially these accent materials.
I know one of the highlighted items talked about in the work session was that our current standard requires that there be windows on the sides and the rear of the building, and because the all four sides had to be equivalent
That's
to one another.
exactly.
And there were some security concerns raised with being able to be behind a building and be able to get into a building for security purposes through a window. So to eliminate, trying to see which section that was proposed in.
And there was one also that said, you know, the materials on all the sides had to be exactly the same as the front.
A5, page 83. New building shall be constructed so that exterior sides be surfaced equivalent to the front of the building and shall be exempt from the requirement of windows on the sides or back facade. So the conversation was about the intent was for business security, better enhanced security. So there may need to be some maybe wordsmithing in there because it says that they have to be equivalent to except for kind of thing, but I mean, that can be worked out. They wouldn't be equivalent if you didn't have windows on the back, but you had them on the front, so just sort of a language thing, but.
Sure.
But the intent was to provide better security.
Yep, and again, I'm not opposed to, like I said, some minor changes, but some of this seems like it's fairly significant in what we had. And again, maybe I'm leaning too much on what our intent was when we went through the comp plan the last two times for that, and how the vision of the city was going to look. But that was a lot of meetings and a lot of back and forth and a lot of review and this specific language. And I guess I remember trying to make sure we wanted to have a good look to the city as people drove through it, and I don't think it was done with the intent to, make it harmful to the developers as they came through, but I think that's what was in mind when we were discussing and going through a lot of this language at the time.
But I think it can go too far too, right?
I'm not arguing
and-
that some of it shouldn't change. This just looks like it's ripping a lot of it out.
Yeah, and I think that's what the intent was when city council went and came up with its recommendations. I mean, everybody kind of has their reason for coming on planning commission, right? My reason was having to go through that process with that pole building and resurfacing our barn. I mean, to me at the time, it seemed horrible to do that process. And I think unnecessary. Some of the things that the hoops that we had to go through.
Yep. And again, and I'm not saying that there aren't some of those things and maybe a little more condensed cleaning up of it, as opposed to some of the bigger chunks here. Is what I'm saying. It just seems like they've kind of gone through a lot of this to cut it out and to allow, I guess, like I said, even just going to some of the, again, the painted, steel siding buildings and things like that along the highway or off the highway. I don't know if that's at least what I envision for the city along the corridor. But versus, I mean, again, obviously current things are there existing, and I wouldn't want to say someone to not have them, but I think going back, the intent was as it develops for new items coming through. So not to restrict current.
Right.
So, but that's all I have to say on it. I know we're getting late, and I'm pretty sure we're 50 minutes past our allowed time anyway. I'm pretty sure there's an ordinance about how late meetings are allowed to run, and that was
Midnight.
40.
Oh,
it's
good.
midnight now?
Midnight, okay, we
Oh,
got
they
plenty of time.
expanded it again. It used to be less.
Let's go.
So we have a mixed recommendation on this one? Or what is the recommendation? Disagreement, agreement?
Well, we all agree
mixed?
about the storage height.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that's
Oh, yeah,
that's
we're
a
under the
different,
architectural.
moved on, yeah.
I haven't found anything that troubles me about the changes.
So I'll just report back that there was mixed
Yeah.
support and or concern for change. Is that accurate?
I think that's accurate.
Sounds good.
Okay.
Yep. All right. Moving on. I think that's all of them, right?
I believe so.
Okay.
We've got till midnight.
Yeah,
Why are we quitting now?
Let's not burn it up.
Mm.
Yeah.
All right. Item 7, council updates. Kevin? If you'd like to present.
Take your time.
Careful what you wish for.
Lost me 2 hours ago.
When-
Take all the time you want.
When Councilman Lewis is done, I have one item before we close, so.
Yep.
No, just very simple. Who has seen last night's council meeting yet? Anybody?
No.
Bottom line would be I recommend watching it. Abdo presented the town audit, which looked pretty good. Coon Lake Regional Park, we got a discussion from the lady from, I forget how to pronounce her last name, but from the county park planner. Passed the fee schedule adjustments that you guys had already approved, park dedication fee. And got into a discussion of Cambia, and the school district has concerns about it, and they seem valid. So there's gonna be a presentation at the work meeting, no, it's gonna be the May 10th meeting. May 10th or May 8th?
8th is Monday, yeah.
Meeting with people from Cambia. It looks interesting, but there are some concerns regarding the school district in particular and the fiscal impact on them. So we're going to take them very seriously. We're not too worried about the conduit financing thing. It doesn't really expose us to any financial obligation like the bonds with the water and sewer thing did. But it's just mainly the impact on the school district and how that redounds on the taxpayers of East Bethel. Because if the school district falls short, the taxpayers have to make up the difference. So that's the connection there. So that's about it.
Can I ask a question?
No.
Okay, we're done. You just mentioned that you're concerned about the financial concerns from the school district and.
The superintendent is concerned about those.
Sure.
Yeah.
So was the concern that they couldn't, because it was the same night, but was the concern about not having enough employees to fill the vacancy, or was it just that the school district has to hold on to the debt from students who are wards of the state? Or do you know?
Well, it's a good question. The concerns are the ability to meet the staffing needs.
Yeah, I know,
Second
to
one-
me, that's a really big
yeah,
concern.
that's a big one.
Yep.
The second thing is what's the reimbursement lag for expenses? Which in the case of the previous rendition of Cambia was lengthy because of the state and problems with Cambia, the people who ran at the hills. And those are undefined at this point. That's his biggest concern, is
Okay.
it's not defined.
Yep.
So it's gotta be much clearer for his benefit than it is right now.
All right, thank you.
You bet. Any other questions? I'm sorry, I should have asked.
Down here?
You sure you wanna leave?
You got a couch?
Just kidding.
Aaron, you had something you wanted to add?
I do. I'm looking for the availability of planning commissioners for a brief rezoning special session next Tuesday evening. I would need a quorum to rezone one parcel of property within the city to have a public hearing to rezone.
I'm available.
Next
That would be
Tuesday?
May 2nd.
Yes.
What time are you looking?
I mean, I could do our regular time at 7, or we could we could advertise whatever works for everyone. It should be a very short session to address a concern or a zoning, rezoning request for a parcel of property.
So 11 p.m. to midnight then.
Yeah. I have a 5:30 meeting that usually goes an hour, but
I'm not sure at this point.
Can
If
I
I
get
needed
back
to
to
be
you?
here at 7, I could.
So I have to put out a public hearing notice by 10 a.m. tomorrow morning to satisfy the
Oh.
requirement
Okay.
to get it published in the newspaper by Friday or on Friday so that we can get the 10 days to get it
I
done.
will be here.
And we need 4 for a quorum.
Need 4.
Yep.
I should be able to make anything after 7 o'clock.
Do you wanna make it 7:30, just to make sure that
Sure.
she's got
I
time?
could make it, yeah, for
Okay.
sure
Well,
I
that
could
means
make it
You could send
7:30.
out
I
notices
could,
to us too.
I could try to run for sure.
Yes, I will. You will definitely
Thank
get an agenda just like any other meeting.
Okay.
If it's gonna be short, you know,
It
the
is, it
extra
is.
half hour
It's-
isn't gonna
it's-
mean
it's-
much.
It's
Right.
literally an emergency meeting to rezone a parcel of property so they can close and sale and make a sale. So,
Okay,
I'll be there. Why not? Let's do it.
we got a quorum.
perfect. I will send out that notice. I appreciate it. 7:30 next Tuesday,
Call and remind me.
right here.
Yeah, Tuesday at 5:30.
Do you have anything else, Aaron?
That is it. Thank you.
Well, then I'll
guys.
make a motion to adjourn.
Second.
Motion and a second, all in favor, aye? We
Aye.
are adjourned.
Aye.
No, I